never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
2 people are dead and 3 are in critical condition from a series of stabbings outside a Las Vegas casino.
Our officers immediately responded, and with the help of security partners, were able to take the suspect into custody very quickly, and we were also able to start rendering aid to multiple victims.
The stabbing appears to have been unprovoked. President Biden announces pardons for thousands convicted of federal marijuana possession.
No one should be in jail just for using or possessing marijuana. And criminal records for marijuana possession have led to needless barriers to employment, to housing, and educational opportunities.
The president's action applies to everybody who has a conviction on that charge at the federal level. According to the U.S. Sentencing Commission, only 92 people were sentenced for marijuana possession in the federal system in 2017. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Federal agents have collected the necessary evidence needed to bring charges against President Joe Biden's son, Hunter. This is according to reports from the New York Post. Hunter could be charged with tax crimes and a false statement related to a gun purchase. The decision is being left up to the Justice Department as agents have reportedly assembled a criminal case against Hunter Biden. The Justice Department, FBI, and IRS have all declined to confirm the matter. A New York federal judge has temporarily halted parts of the state's new gun law that required social media account review for gun owners and made it a felony crime to carry guns in several public and private places. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Congressional Committee examining the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol has announced its next hearing. It will be scheduled for Thursday, October 13th at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It was originally expected to be live streamed on September 28th, but was postponed due to Hurricane Ian. Since the last publicly aired meeting in July, the committee has heard from the likes of former House Speaker Newt Gingrich and Trump's Secretary of State Mike Pompeo.
A Connecticut jury is expected to hear closing arguments in a defamation trial against podcaster Alex Jones. Mr. Jones declined to take the stand in his own defense Wednesday in a second defamation trial over his Sandy Hook comments after the 2012 shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School. The 6-person jury could begin deliberations by the end of the day. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
4,200 law school applicants received an acceptance letter from Northeastern University, the Massachusetts, who didn't get in. The school quickly realized its mistake and sent another round of emails to prospective students explaining that administration decisions are not finalized until later in the academic year. Officials at the Boston school say it was a technical error. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Less talking, more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel Client.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Looky there. We cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. That means we got a Friday coming on. How about that? Already working into the weekend. Hope you've had a good week. Looking for another action-packed weekend, right? Lots of action. Major League playoffs. Wild card actions getting underway later this afternoon, as a matter of fact. We'll break it down, who's playing who and where. Hard to believe. And of course, looking forward to big Friday night football for the high school kids. Saturday, another big week. Got the matchups, college football. Of course, the NFL coming our way Sunday. NASCAR continues the chase for the championship. I believe they're into the round of 8 headed into this weekend. So, 4 races left of the season? 3 races in the round of 8, and then one final. Who will be the champ for 22? All right, welcome aboard. A full 5 hours. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Showing a comfortable 55 degrees officially at the airport. Yeah, my thermometer is showing a little warmer than that, as it typically does. I don't know. Quite the differential. Meanwhile, we're waiting for the cold air to come rushing in. Been talking about this all week long. Now, looking at the radar, you can't really tell where the front is because there's not a lot of moisture with this thing to work with. So where you would typically see a decent line of showers and or thunderstorms, or maybe a little bit of snow with the cold front. Again, not seeing much of any precip. Do have a line of showers extending from upstate New York. Yes, all the way up into about Montreal. Some showers down towards Syracuse. And on down into northeastern Pennsylvania, a much broader area of shower activity up into Ontario, Canada. That may be the frontal system. If I look back into the north central states, obviously the front has pushed through the Dakotas, down into Nebraska, because we've got freeze warnings in effect tonight. Let me throw a couple of those your way. Let's start with portions of northwest Iowa, southwest Minnesota, east central, south central, and southeastern South Dakota. Freeze warnings in effect till 10 a.m. Central Time Friday morning. We're looking at the lows tonight dropping into the upper 20s, 26 to 28 degrees. There's that cold air pushing in. Yeah, frost and freeze conditions will kill crops, other sensitive vegetation. You know the drill. You've got to get the hoses taken care of outside, right? It's going to be cold enough to freeze up the hose and bust those water pipes. It's getting to be that time of year. So a number of freeze warnings in place for that portion of the country. Meanwhile, all that cool air is going to begin spilling in elsewhere in the east. By later today, that front's going to arrive even in portions of the interior northeast. It will bring a few showers and temperatures comparable to late fall rather than early fall, almost a touch of old man winter. And behind the front, though, temperatures will dramatically decline. Levels we haven't seen since back in the early spring. It's been a nice couple of days, Thursday, and maybe even early here on Friday along the I-95 corridor. Daytime highs back in the upper 60s, lower 70s. We saw that Thursday. 50s by later today. Buffalo, New York, Pittsburgh, you're probably going to see your high temperatures today, maybe even as we speak, through the overnight hours, because temperatures begin to fall throughout the upcoming day. By later on Friday night, temperatures into the 30s across much of the Northeast. A lot of folks going to be firing up the furnace for the first time this year if you haven't done so already. We'll have a bit of a breeze today as well. Friday night, that's going to kind of add to the chill in the air, but the wind could limit the frost potential in that portion of the country. Now, by Saturday, the front tracks away from the coast, but the chilly air continues pushing down out of Canada, and it's going to linger across the Northeast right on through the weekend. In the wake of the front, lingering moisture could mean some snow showers in parts of Ontario and western Quebec. Otherwise, just a few sprinkles, maybe a few flurries mixed in over interior New England. Daytime highs are going to be well above freezing. That high pressure draws closer by Saturday night, so the winds are going to be lighter than Friday night. So that's going to greatly increase the frost and even freeze conditions, bringing an end to the growing season in many areas. At the coast and in some of the urban areas, lows in the 40s, that's warm enough to prevent any frost or freeze, both Friday night and Saturday night. It's not going to be a long-lived chill. By Monday, temperatures do begin to slowly moderate and to actually get to around normal levels by Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. Normal highs and lows this time of year, daily, you'll see temperatures dropping, and the early middle parts of next week should be a bit more comfortable than the brisk, more November-like conditions that we're going to see as we head into the weekend here, Friday and Saturday. Again, just a little taste of old man winter. I'll give you updates, all right, as the cleanup really just gets underway in the Sunshine State. There'd been concern about the citrus crop. What are we going to be paying for orange juice here in the near future? Now, the latest, some of the Florida citrus growers have lost up to 80% of their crop in the wake of Hurricane Ian, which knocked oranges to the ground with the high winds and, of course, flooding many of the groves. Executive director of the Highland Citrus Growers Association said that in Lakeland, growers there reporting, in some cases, not hit so hard, 15%, but in others, as much as 80% of crops lost. Now, when you get into western Highlands County, Hardee, and DeSoto counties, there's tremendous flooding in the Myakka River Valley. Now, he explains, it's my understanding that a lot of groves in that area have been in deep water for 5-6 days now. Now, the CEO of Florida Citrus Mutual tells WUSF folks are trying to get water off their trees to the extent that they can pump water off, but in many instances, there's no place to send the water. The full effects of Hurricane Ian on the citrus industry may actually not be known for a while now, as many areas, including Hardee and DeSoto, were still largely without power. Alico, which owns 48,000 plus acres of citrus groves in Florida, issued a press release that initial reports did indicate significant drop of fruit from the trees. And it may take at least 2 growing seasons for those groves to recover to what would be pre-hurricane production levels. Either way, the Florida Agriculture Commissioner is encouraging growers to report crop losses to the Department of Agriculture to stay eligible for the crop insurance programs there. All right, Ian and the citrus industry there in the state of Florida. Some groves literally decimated by that storm. All right, we'll delve into some of our industry headlines. A bit of a cool-off, not only in the east, but out west. Not going to be looking at freezing temperatures, but, much cooler temperatures on the horizon in that part of the country as well. All right, things look a little screwy on my screen, but I see people are chiming in via Facebook, YouTube. I pulled up the app, and the program is live there. But things are appearing as we're not connected, but I see the numbers, people coming in. So, yeah, let me know if things seem to be amiss on the listening end out there. Our number is 844-844-3388. Friday morning. Oh, a quick heads up here that we've been anticipating Chris Gabrelchik to join us tonight. Correction. Chris is out on the road tonight. He's out there. He said he's in the big rig. He's crossing Kansas right now and hoping to be back probably on Saturday. So he's been out on the road a lot. So Chris will not join us this morning. He'll be joining us next Friday morning. We're going to bump things back a week. So it's me, it's you, and let's get it underway on a Friday. Regular old program here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Timothy, checking in first out of the box via the Facebook. Heavy D, good morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Checking in via the YouTube page. Like I said, so it appears things are feeding correctly there. Hello to Heatwave, morning from Gallup, New Mexico. We're dry, 50 degrees at this hour. Gerald checks in. Howdy, Steve, my man. Feeling a little bit better. He's been sick for a couple weeks, but I think I'll be turning in tonight. Everybody stay groovy, right? Yeah, I hope you feel better soon there, Gerald. Nothing like being sick, under the weather. Philly Dan, prayers for the kids in the Thailand school shooting there. Yeah, I saw that headline. Yeah, what is wrong with people today? Yes, saw the headline about the school shooting there. We've got the latest on the incident in Las Vegas this past day with somebody going bonkers on some of the showgirls there. He wanted to get photographs with the showgirls, and apparently when they said no, out comes the knife. 8 people stabbed, 2 dead at this point. They're in Las Vegas. Yeah, the same question, Philly Dan. What is wrong with people today? Hello to High Pressure Pumping. Morning, Steve and Chris. Chris, again, yep, he's not with us. It'll be next Friday, so I'll assume he's out there tuned in as he's rolling across the highway tonight, so still got to be on our best behavior, right? Hello to Tall Boy checking in. Hope everybody has a great, safe ride tonight as we listen into the best show on the radio. Thank you so much, Tall Boy. I appreciate that. Good afternoon, as Larry likes to say. Hammer down, be safe, and get it done. In the morning, then it's off to the woods for a weekend of adult beverages. Okay, heading out in the woods this weekend, huh? Pappy is on board, 53 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. It's Friday. Well, technically, it's my Sunday. Let's roll. Hammer down. Hello from the Michigan Madman, Burr. So the cold air pushing in. You got that cold front already, huh? Have you fired up the furnace yet, Madman? All right. Rockpick is in the house. Good to have you on board. Zorro, I'm here. Just got finished doing a random drug test. It's my 6th one in 3 months' time. Wow. What are they thinking, Zorro? Yeah, I got to focus on you. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, and all the crew, especially all those drivers out there that keep the food on the shelves. Good to have you with us, Miss Millie. There's the drug runner. Good morning, Steve. And the overnight drivers out there, thanks to all the drivers for your hard work and dedication. We've got 61 degrees, clear skies in Nashville, Tennessee. Perfect time to drive through I-40. All right, 24 or 65. We're in Interstate Nightmare. Everybody have a great night tonight. There's Norman checking in from North Central Missouri tonight, headed back home, which would be North Central Kansas, right? Tell my co-driver, Nick, he's doing great, and tell him to stay awake. Nick, Norman's life is in your hands. All right, morning, Stephen, the overnight drive crew. There's Kevin, who said he's ready for the weekend. Linwood checks in. Morning, Steve, and everyone driving a Ford Escape from Rexburg, Idaho to Tucson. Yeah, we've got 56 degrees near Nehi, Utah. Have a great night, everybody, and truck safe out there. Doyle is on board. Love the shirt. Yeah, thank you. I felt patriotic Friday. Get the red, white, and blue out here as we get ready for the weekend. Hello to Robert. Carol's on board. Several others. Randolph checks in this morning. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours in radio. Got 47 degrees there. All right, you're going to be a bit cooler by the time the sun comes up. Gerald, Steve, my man, you're coming in loud and clear on my end, and he's on the YouTube side. Okay, I'm glad to hear everything appears to be working, right? Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, with 55 degrees. Had a beautiful day today. Got to spend a couple hours with our oldest granddaughter, which was great. Good times. Tried to upload my wife's phone content to the cloud because we're getting her a new phone tomorrow, and I'd like to save all that data, but it's taken forever. Anyway, everybody have a great night, and be careful out there. And then we've got Eric checking in from Charlottesville, Virginia, with a cool 51 degrees. Headed home to welcome North Carolina later on this morning. All right, great to have everybody on board. C&I Dog is on board. He's going to be our first caller out of the box here. Hello, C&I Dog.
Good morning. Yeah, I was thinking Chris would be on the air, but that's okay. You said he's listening in the background?
He's on the road in Kansas. I'm sure he's got us tuned in. Absolutely.
All right, Chris, I'll throw this out to you so you get an idea what I'm interested in. One is, how does it work, the Hotshot Secret work with the turbo? I was told by a mechanic, a backyard mechanic, that over time the buildup of old oil in the feeder tube into the turbo tends to get clogged up. So if you do have a turbo on any vehicle, he recommends that you change the oil on a regular basis so it doesn't take up on you. So I'm assuming that since he said that the Hotshot Secret probably clears up that caking,
That would be the Stiction Eliminator, absolutely. And it works. Yeah, what was originally for the fuel injectors, and it kind of dissolves all that coked up, burnt up stiction. Yes, it absolutely it'll do that for your turbo as well. Yes.
Yeah, I just wondered how does that feeder tube actually go through the turbo itself? I was hoping that he could let me have is my daughter has and it's got a lot of miles on it, and she started burning oil. She wasn't very hip on checking the oil. She signs up for that. You go so many miles before. You're better off doing it every 3,000 miles. But she started burning oil, and the guy said that's just because of the age of the vehicle. I was thinking that there might be residue either on the rings themselves or the cylinder walls. So I said, why don't you try the Hot Shot Secret? Maybe it'll clear up some of that. And you know what I'm saying? Like, it won't be a flat surface if there's a buildup on there. But if you make it a flat surface by cleaning all that out of there, that might help so you don't burn so much oil. I just wondered if that actually does work. We did check her oil more often, and she did notice that.
Well, hold that thought there, because the clock says we got to hit that bottom of the hour news break, all right? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
2 people are dead and 3 are in critical condition from a series of stabbings outside a Las Vegas casino.
Our officers immediately responded, and with the help of security partners, were able to take the suspect into custody very quickly, and we were also able to start rendering aid to multiple victims.
The stabbing appears to have been unprovoked. Federal agents have collected the necessary evidence needed to bring charges against President Joe Biden's son, Hunter. This is according to reports from the New York Post. Hunter could be charged with tax crimes and a false statement related to a gun purchase. The decision is being left up to the Justice Department. The Justice Department, FBI, and IRS have all declined to confirm the matter. This is USA Radio News.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-632-0417 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-632-0417. That's 800-632-0417. What do you have to lose? Call 800-632-0417. Again, 800-632-0417.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, Daniel's on board with 40 degrees in Alexandria, Minnesota tonight. Now, you're in the zone with some freeze warnings, aren't you? Get ready for the big chill. And our number, 844-844-3388. Hello to Deborah. It was good to hear from you yesterday morning. Thanks for calling in. Checking in via Facebook. Morning, Steve. A nice 59 here in Indiana this morning. Hope everybody stays safe out there tonight. Now, my special driver's still on vacation, so he's not out there tonight. Everybody have a fabulous Friday. Thank you very much, Deborah. All right, back to the CNI dog. Yeah, thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, no problem. So, like I said, I noticed that it's not going through as much oil as it was before, but I want to ask him if that's one of the things that it helps with.
Okay.
You were talking about hurricanes the day before. Can you look up the statistics on Jacksonville? According to my buddy who lives in Jacksonville, that the only thing they ever get over there is a lot of rain and flooding, but they've never really been hit hard with a hurricane.
Really?
So, yeah. And he's been there since 2005. And 2005, that's when Katrina was, right? Back in that time?
Yeah, you're correct.
So, yeah, look up Jacksonville, Florida, because it's close to where Nashville Steve is. Hi, Steve. I know he listens in every once in a while.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
All right. That's all I got. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you for checking in there, CNI Dog. There you go. All right, so we got clear lines. We're wide open, up and running here on a Friday morning at 844-844-3388. Yeah, speaking of the tropics, we've been watching this disturbance down in the Caribbean, and this tropical storm is forecast now to develop further in the south central Caribbean this weekend, strengthening to a hurricane. Not going to be a threat to the lower 48. Everything indicates this is going to be crashing into Central America. Now, the disturbance that could eventually become the next named storm in the Atlantic Basin has had a history of producing torrential rains and flooding downpours in the islands of the southern Caribbean this week, and is far from its peak intensity because it's still so close to South America. It's made it harder for this thing to organize, but as it gradually moves away from land and hits the warm waters of the Caribbean, it will encounter environmental factors that will allow it to become better organized, gathering strength according to the National Hurricane Center this past day. It has now been designated potential tropical cyclone 13. All right, torrential downpours have triggered flash floods in the Windward Islands, Trinidad and Tobago earlier this week. As the downpours continued in parts of the southern Windward Islands this past day, torrential rain being unleashed on the islands of Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao, as well as parts of northern Venezuela, as this system continues to move on to the west. Now, as long as the tropical depression way out in the eastern Atlantic does not strengthen into a tropical storm, this system in the Caribbean will likely acquire the name Julia. Next name on the list. Following Julia, the next name forecast of selected for this year in the Atlantic would be Carl. Now, the system is likely to continue on a generally westerly path through Sunday. So, yeah, really, so the focal point is going to be Central America with this next potential storm system. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Does Jacksonville get hit by hurricanes? Areas around Tampa, Jacksonville, the Big Bend don't have as high a risk of a direct strike, but yes, they're still susceptible to a landfall on any given year. Of course, even when a hurricane makes landfall elsewhere in the state, the impacts are felt hundreds of miles away. How often is Jacksonville hit by hurricanes? All right, on average, Northeast Florida gets hit by a hurricane every 6.5 years or so, compared to its Northwest counterpart, which averages one hit every 3 years. So, yeah, they've been hit in the past. Okay, we look at it while we're on the topic of Florida. Electric vehicles don't tend to bode well in floodwaters. Surprise, surprise. A top Florida state official warning this past day that firefighters have battled a number of fires caused by electric vehicle batteries having been waterlogged from Hurricane Ian. Electric vehicle batteries that have been waterlogged in the wake of the storm are at risk of corrosion, which could lead to unexpected fires, according to the state's top financial officer and fire marshal. There's a ton of electric vehicles disabled from Ian. As those batteries corrode, fires start. According to his tweet this past day, that's a new challenge that our firefighters haven't faced before, at least on this kind of scale. Now, it takes special training and understanding of electric vehicles to ensure those fires are put out quickly and safely. Thanks to the North Collier Fire Rescue for their hard work, publishing a video. Firefighters in Naples, Florida, battling a fire started from a Tesla electric vehicle battery. One bystander overheard in the video saying that the crew had used hundreds of gallons of water attempting to put out that fire. Meanwhile, consumers are increasingly turning to electric vehicles as the Biden administration continues this push of a green transition, zero-emission cars. Between April and June this year, electric vehicles accounted for 5.6% of new car purchases in the U.S., up slightly from the first 3 months of the year, according to Kelley Blue Book. Obviously, as we know, shortly after taking office, Biden announced this goal of ensuring 50% of new car sales will be electric by the year 2030. They've taken a number of steps trying to incentivize all of us to shift to EVs. Most recently, the Inflation Reduction Act that included a provision that awards Americans a tax credit worth $7,500 per electric vehicle purchase. Of course, the Department of Transportation working to create a federal electric vehicle highway charging network. Critics continue to blast the administration, though, for giving a false impression about electric vehicles, noting that they are expensive and often unreliable. This push This EV push is really kind of a con job. Myron Ebel, the director of the Competitive Enterprise Institute Center, said he spoke to Fox News several months ago. It may be a good deal for some people in some places under some circumstances, but by and large, right now, it is not a good deal. I think most of us have already figured that out. All right, we'll get to the financial markets. Latest headlines from Breitbart this past day. The Department of Labor will be issuing the report on September payrolls, unemployment, and wages today, later this morning. This may be the most hotly anticipated jobs report in recent memory, they tell us. Wall Street is expecting 250,000 workers were added to non-farm payrolls in the month, down from 315,000 in the month of August. Private payrolls are expected to rise by 280,000 workers, while public sector employment is expected to show a seasonally adjusted decline. The unemployment rate, which ticked up to 3.7% in August from 3.5% in July and 3.6% in the 4 months prior, is forecast to remain unchanged. Average hourly earnings, which is a key measure in this age of rampant inflation, is expected to rise 0.3% compared to July, the same pace of gains in the previous month. That's expected to be good for a 5.1% year-over-year gain, about a tenth below the annual gain we saw in August. All right, recent history, however, suggests that the risk is for what they call an upside surprise. Economists have been consistently underestimating payroll growth this year. 7 of the last 8 months have seen the jobs figure exceed the consensus forecast. August was, a matter of fact, the 5th straight month of the forecast undershooting the reported number. So we'll see what numbers are released later on this morning and see how the markets react, of course, on a Friday. Our number, 844-844-3388. If you had missed it last week, we did mention that our old pal, Maniac, was the handle he used when, for many, many years, called the program and participated there in Louisville at the Mid-America Truck Show. He and Cynthia were often, always out there, cooking big out in the parking lot at what was the Cardinal Stadium there. Passed away last week. Actually, the 28th of September. He's 54 years old. Someone forwarded the obituary to me this past day. Son of the late John Bartlett Sr. and Teresa Lamar. Graduate of Drury High School and Arkansas Tech University. Of course, he was a truck driver, former employee of Diamond Delivery Service out of Fort Wayne, Indiana for a number of years. Worked for a number of companies, though. And I guess his last trucking job, he was in the expedite thing there. So, traveling the country. All right, so the obituary, I was looking for, I don't see the date here, but I'll share that link for those who may want to check in or leave a message there for the funeral home there in Arkansas. It is 844-844-3388. We'll return in 2 on a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. I did mention it last evening, but it warrants mentioning once again. It's going to be a travel nightmare in and around Atlanta. Interstate 285, the loop around Atlanta, could see lane closures by this weekend, according to the Georgia Department of Transportation. Here we are, the 7th day of October. These closures will begin, according to plan, starting Saturday. Part of the Transform 285/400 interchange reconstruction project, which will involve closing an eastbound lane of I-285 for bridge demolition. And according to the Georgia DOT news release, lane closures on eastbound could begin as early as, again, Saturday. The closure of one westbound 285 lane would occur approximately 2 weeks later. But once construction begins, it will take at least 8 months to complete. According to the Georgia DOT, drivers should expect, quote, extreme delays on 285 during this time. 285 is always a nightmare to begin with. So you're taking another, you talk about the never-ending bottleneck for 8 months. The traveling public should expect major disruptions to their daily commutes and driving routines during this time. Be prepared for profound delays on I-285, potentially adding an hour or more to your daily commutes, they tell us. We urge motorists to leave earlier, utilize the navigation apps to select alternate routes to stay away from the construction area, and consider alternative commute options. If you're traveling through the area, please pay attention, use extreme caution, but 8 months of nightmare on 285 is the plan. Curtis on board this morning. Haven't heard from you in a while. Curtis, how you been?
Well, you just got back on YouTube, so I'm awake in the Kingdom of the Nighttime World.
There you go.
I called Monday my fuel oil company to see how much oil was. It was $4.49 a gallon. And I couldn't order it then because I wouldn't have been 30 days out.
Mm-hmm.
I called today to order it, $4.79, and they didn't get here today. They said it could go up another 15 cents overnight. And what's ironic is fuel oil used to be cheaper than diesel. Diesel is actually cheaper than fuel oil.
Mm-hmm.
I almost want to call and say, I'd like to have 200 gallons of diesel. Because it's the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, with that whole OPEC announcement, that's 2 million barrels a day. That starts on, I guess, 1st of November. But yeah,
I keep looking at that site that Big Ed turned me on to about the oil prices. and it's not really fluctuated that much since that announcement.
I noticed that, yeah, the price per barrel, West Texas right now at like 88.31.
88, yeah.
And then 94.27 on the Brent, the international. I don't know if the prices will go up a whole lot more once the 2 million barrels per day is cut. I'm not sure, what's caused. It hasn't really changed much since the announcement. You're right.
So, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, a 30-cent jump from Monday to Thursday, and they said it was a 15 jump and overnight. And the company I deal with deals with from bridge to bridge to the Chesapeake Bridge to the Bridge Tunnel in Virginia.
I can tell you this. I know that gas prices have been going up all around the country. A matter of fact, I think I had in the mix here the average price in California. Have you seen these numbers? We hit a new all-time record. Yes, higher than we were earlier this year when the national average had hit 502 per gallon. The Los Angeles area is averaging $6.49 per gallon. That's regular old gasoline. Now, realizing that around the country, diesel has been at least $1.50 a gallon more. I wouldn't. Are you? Some of our California, are you seeing $7.50, $8 a gallon for diesel out there? The statewide average in California is at $6.42 per gallon, approaching record levels that we saw back in June. Now, the statewide average at $6.43 per gallon back in June. So they're just a penny away from that. The announcement from OPEC to restrict production by 2 million barrels per day has prompted fears of more price hikes to come. Although some of the refinery issues that have caused prices to spike in California recently have been resolved, the LA Times says California's surging prices are beginning to reach neighboring states as well as the Great Lakes region. Other western states like Oregon and Washington also seeing prices surge, with gas prices continuing to surge on the West Coast and the Great Lakes. The national average saw its second straight weekly increase, according to GasBuddy.com. But at the same time, areas in the Northeast and the Gulf Coast continue to see declines as the nation sees big differences depending on which region you're in. Now, DeHaan noted that the worst appears to be over for California because of cheaper fuel that's on its way to stations across the state. Gavin Newsom, I guess they were still several weeks away from when they were allowed to start sending the winter blend, which produces more emissions, the summer blends. So he allowed them to begin. That's the cheaper fuel. Of course, we've got more from it's back to the drawing board at the White House, the way they put it. After OPEC's announcement, what are we going to do? How do we counter a 2 million barrel per day cut at the same time that the global economy is grappling with the negative impacts of the Ukraine invasion, the Western sanctions? Wow. This all appears to indicate that the cartel, OPEC, is purposefully siding with Russia, and that oil and politics have indeed become decidedly intertwined on a cartel level. This report from the Oil Price Information Service, with Biden vowing to consult with Congress on ways to reduce OPEC's control over energy prices. This NOPEC, N-O-P-E-C, the NOPEC bill, once again comes to the forefront. They're discussing the viability of a NOPEC, which is a Western oil and gas buyers cartel that may or not be the answer to influencing the market at will. It's pretty simple. There was a time here not that many years ago, under the previous administration where OPEC had admittedly pretty much lost control of, because for decades, OPEC, they could control the price of oil at will. With our energy independence at that time, they had lost that. Well, they're back in control now. Quite obviously. How are we going to counter that? Give you more on that coming up here. All right, Contraband is on board and lines available at 844-3388. Jump on in this Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
USA Radio News.
Two Russian men arrived by boat on a remote Alaskan island and requested political asylum. The men claimed they fled Russia to avoid being enlisted into the Russian army to fight in Ukraine. The Biden administration will reroute passengers coming to the U.S. who have been in Uganda to 5 airports for additional health screenings, where the Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the Department of Homeland Security's Customs and Border Protection will conduct the screening. As an Ebola outbreak in the East African nation widens. The Ebola outbreak in Uganda has killed 29 people as of October 5th. No suspected or confirmed cases of Ebola have been reported in the U.S.
Nebraska Senator Ben Sasse is expected to resign from his position and accept a job at the University of Florida. This comes after an announcement that he's a sole finalist for the role of school president. Sasse, a Republican in the Senate, was known for being a vocal critic of former President Trump and a consistent conservative vote. Under state law, the governor of Nebraska would appoint a replacement for him. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
San Diego residents are traveling to Tijuana to fill up their gas tanks for less. Tijuana's petrol price is currently at $4.46 per gallon. That is about $2 less than the current San Diego County average of $6.42. The Mexican president has kept gas prices low by supporting oil companies and refineries. Furthermore, Mexican gasoline fulfills lower emission standards than California gasoline. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
President Joe Biden is taking his first major steps towards decriminalizing marijuana, fulfilling a campaign pledge to erase prior federal convictions. Elon Musk and Twitter now have until the end of the month to finalize the $44 billion deal for the billionaire to purchase the platform. This is according to a judge ruling. It marks the latest in the legal battle between Twitter and Musk to force him to follow through on his previous commitment to buy the company.
Embattled actor Kevin Spacey was in court Thursday to defend himself in his civil lawsuit filed by co-actor Anthony Rapp for abuse of a minor in 1986, when Rapp was only 14 years old. Neither of the two spoke to reporters as they arrived at a federal courthouse in New York City for the start of the roughly 2-week trial. Jury selection is now underway. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Last year, the U.S. produced 3 times as much renewable electricity from solar and wind sources than it did around a decade before. This is according to a new research released by Environment America Research and Policy Center and Frontier Group. 7 states now produce enough electricity from wind, solar, and geothermal energy to cover half of their electricity consumption. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2 as we roll into a Friday. A weekend coming on. If you're just joining us, I know Chris Gabrelchik was slated to be with us this morning. We had to bump that till next Friday. He's out on the road tonight. I gotta pull up his email. How'd he put it? He said, I'm driving the big rig cross country in Kansas now. Hope to be home on Saturday. Can you let everyone know I'll be there next Friday? I'll be back in the saddle next Monday, so there you go. So Chris Gabrelchik on the road. Safe travels as you make that final leg back to the home 20. So there you go. So it's me and you on a regular old Friday morning here, TGIF. Who we got on board?
Country Bumpkin, Mr. Summers. How are you?
It's kind of funny. The previous call, when it said Roger Ebert, and then tonight it says contraband. So country bumpkin. All right.
Well, I've been known to carry a little contraband with me from time to time.
Yes, sir.
But I hey, that Hot Shot Secrets. I've got a 15 Silverado with a 5.3, and I'm getting close to 2 more miles to the gallon with it.
Wow.
So that's pretty good. And another little tip, if you go to your farm store, they make these big syringes. They don't have a needle on them. They're just a big syringe. And some of them will fit right down the throat of the Hot Shot Secret bottle. They're 2-ounce syringes.
Mm-hmm.
To extract it from the bottle and then put it in your vehicle. It makes it kind of handy. I keep it in my toolbox in my pickup truck, and whenever I fill up, I extract 2 ounces or whatever I'm going to put in my tank, and then shoot it right into my gas tank.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty helpful to dispense it.
Yes, sir.
So, got any plans for the weekend?
I guess the princess wants to go out to eat Friday, and we got a birthday party to go to Saturday.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got a full weekend myself. My sister's coming into town and been visiting some of the kinfolk and stuff, and then I'll be back out here Monday. I'll be back in the truck. And something else with these ELDs, y'all were talking about them last night. Like me, and excuse me, for instance, okay, I left Kansas City, close to 11-hour drive over here to where I parked my pickup truck.
Mm-hmm.
So I've already drove about 11 hours getting my pickup truck, and I drive another 3 hours home. So that's 14 hours. So why couldn't I be driving this truck instead?
Exactly.
Okay, listen, I know I'm not the most intelligent caller, so I'll let you go find one.
Hey, it's great to hear from you, Contraband or Roger Ebert or Country Bumpkin, whoever the hell you are this morning.
Just don't call me late for dinner. Y'all have a good weekend.
Bingo. Thank you very much. You do the same. All right. Ace is on board. He said federal agents investigating Hunter Biden believe they have for months had enough evidence to charge the first son with tax crimes, as well as for lying about his drug abuse and purchasing a gun. The final decision on whether to bring a case against the son of the president will be made by Delaware U.S. Attorney David Weiss. He was actually appointed to his current post by former President Trump. Hunter arrested and indicted. That would be a nice October surprise, wouldn't it? Yes, Ace, you were 100% correct. That is the story, one of the breaking stories this past day. And I share with you exactly what he said. Federal agents have sufficient evidence, is the quote, to charge Hunter with tax crimes and making false statements regarding the gun purchase. That decision will ultimately be made by the Trump-appointed U.S. Attorney David Weiss, according to those with knowledge of the probe and the Washington Post report this past day. Hunter is reportedly under investigation for tax fraud, money laundering, and gun and foreign lobbying violations. Hunter has reportedly tried to settle the case out of court and has paid $1 million to the IRS to evade conviction of a long sentence. President Biden's Attorney General, Merrick Garland, has refused to say whether a special counsel should be placed under the investigation to maintain a just probe. A special counsel would provide distance from Joe Biden and the investigation into Hunter and the Biden family business dealings. Hunter's attorney, Chris Clark, did not dispute the potential charges, but blamed the Justice Department for leaking to the press a similar tactic the DOJ has used during their investigations of former President Trump. It is a federal felony for a federal agent to leak information about a grand jury investigation such as this one, according to Clark. Again, speaking to the Washington Post, we expect the DOJ will diligently investigate and prosecute such bad actors as is proper and legally required. We believe the prosecutors in this case are diligently, thoroughly weighing not just evidence provided by agents, but also all the other witnesses in this case, including witnesses for the defense. That's the job of the prosecutors. Yeah, they should not be pressured, rushed, or criticized for doing their job. Now, Clark also claimed he has not been contacted by any federal agent. Therefore, a rendition of the case from such an agent is inherently biased, one-sided, and inaccurate, he said. It is regrettable that law enforcement agents appear to be violating the law to prejudice a case against a person who was a target simply because of his family name. Gotta love those attorneys. Now, this after Chuck Grassley stated last month he believes former FBI agent Timothy Thibault shut down a totally separate probe that's likely unrelated to the ongoing criminal probe concerning reported tax fraud by the president's son. He said Thibault alleged shutting down the laptop probe calls into question what U.S. Attorney Weiss is actually investigating. Yeah, questions still remain. If any probe into Hunter would implicate the president, and his staff have claimed 7 times that the president has had no part in the family business, but he has been involved in at least 17 instances. So, yeah, that's very long, drawn-out process. Kind of wonder why that is, right? Matthew's on board. Morning, Steve, and Kevin the cat. Kevin's not on the couch. Let's see, who else we got on board? Ronnie, if you ain't clucking, you ain't trucking. Oh, that's Snuffy and Granny. Yeah, good morning, Snuffy and Granny. Good to have you with us this Friday. They said, rest in peace, Rodney, a.k.a. Maniac. Yes, it's sad to hear that. Let's see. Some of the folks just chatting back and forth here. There's Joe. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners. 60 degrees in eastern middle Tennessee tonight. And let's see. Morning, Steve. Just wanted to wish Snuffy a happy 70th birthday. And he has 45 years on the road. Well, happy birthday, Snuffy. So that's Granny checking in there. Snuffy and Granny. Good to have you all with the 70. The big 7-0. That's cause for celebration, is it not? Big birthday. Eskimo Mom on board. Happy Friday, or hump day in her case. Running back way to Louisville, thanks to 30 minutes delay on 75 south of 275 in Kentucky. All right, so some delays there tonight. Got 57 degrees in Madison, Indiana at this hour. Hello to Marianne. Hello all. Marianne from Southwest Ohio checking in. And there's Mr. Q as he goes by. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Q is on board. Good to have you with us. And it's 844-844-3388. Good morning, senor.
Good morning, senor. Well, you know, Hunter, I think, was kicked out of the Navy, or he got out with a dishonorable discharge. Am I on the right wavelength here with some people on that?
If memory serves, I believe that is correct.
And seeing that disqualifies him from being able to buy any gun. If memory serves, if you get it discharged with a dishonorable discharge, you're not allowed, or you're not able to buy a gun. So, I mean, you just add that to the list of nonsense lying on his application, not only about the drug issue that he has, but yeah, that's going to be another oops moment for him. I hear Biden plans on releasing 2 million barrels a day for the first 5 days in November. Well, Steve, let me ask you this. What exactly is that going to do besides lower the SPR?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not going to do a damn thing about prices.
As I said last evening, if we're going to do another 10 million barrels, that's equivalent to 5 days of the OPEC cut. It's nothing. And I just pulled it up real quick. Back up a little bit so we're not passing false information. The dishonorable discharge thing says here he did not receive a dishonorable discharge. Hunter Biden, who has dealt with substance abuse issues, was handed a less severe administrative discharge after failing a drug test for cocaine. So it was not a dishonorable, but he failed the drug test.
Oh. So it was a less than honorable discharge then, is that correct?
I guess. A less severe administrative discharge, as they call it, whatever that means.
Sure is nice to have that kind of political privilege, isn't it? My goodness. Well, you know, the Biden administration is, quote, scrambling, unquote, to figure out how to do this NOPEC thing.
Yep.
Well, we had independence, energy independence. And from his day one, he snipped that in half and said to hell with it. And he's gone with the green pickles out there. Now he's got a pickle so far up his nose that he can't see the oil that we have in the programs that work because he is so in the green people's face, and he don't want to give any credit of any kind to Trump, even when Trump laid down the blueprint on how to become energy independent, where they cannot use energy as a economic weapon against us, and we would be insulated from all this other nonsense that's going on. Good night. Yeah, I hope all the dead people and animals that voted for this moron are real proud of themselves. I also noticed that the commercials for the Democrat candidates in New Mexico are starting to follow a same pattern, the same pattern as what you've seen on your TV in the Cincinnati area, where the Democrat is accusing the Republican of wanting to do away with any and all abortions, no matter if it's the mother's health, rape, or incest. And, you know, we had it against the Republican nominated person for governor in New Mexico, and they're also going to using that same tactic against Yvette Harrell, who was a state representative in D.C. for us. They're using the exact same, wording. And Mark Ronchetti, the Republican nominee, has said, yes, I am against abortion. However, I agree that, under these three circumstances, it should be allowed to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But he's saying, let the people vote on it, put it on the ballot. Let the people vote on it, because politicians shouldn't get involved. That's what Judge Clarence Thomas said. He said it's not a federal thing. It should be up to the people. And the people in Kansas, during their last election, they voted to have it. I don't agree with it, but that's what the people wanted. So, boom, they got it. And then Biden claims that that's a victory for the Democrats. No. They're appealing to the uneducated voters out there that'll believe anything, and that just ain't right. So I guess the balloon fiesta in Albuquerque this morning was able to lift off. They had the green light to do so.
I was going to ask you that. So they did get to do the big liftoff Thursday.
Well, one of the drivers I used to work with when I was with the pumpkin haulers. She said she could count at least 12 in the air at about 8 o'clock this morning, and I thought that's not really very good numbers out there. So I think a lot of the pilots that had the balloons, they decided not to go up because it was still kind of inclement weather conditions, cloudy, some rain, but the wind wasn't there, and that's generally a deciding factor whether or not they're going to lift off. And in related news to the Balloon Fiesta, they have special shape rodeos and the special shape balloons, and one of the pilots is handicapped, but where he has to go around in a wheelchair. And while he was at the motel, I guess it was last night or the other night, someone stole his truck, his trailer, and the Bumblebee balloon.
Wow.
Well, it's Albuquerque. I mean, what do you expect? You know, out of the 33 counties we have there, we have 32 sheriff's officers that are endorsing Mark Ronchetti for governor, the GOP nominee. The Bernalillo County Sheriff's Officer is a Democrat, and you know he's touting and he's backing up Michelle Lujan Grisham, our incumbent jackass governor, but he is in charge of the worst crime-ridden city that we have ever had. We are now number one in, I think it was kidnappings. I was like, well, we finally reached number one in another field. Unfortunately, it's going in the wrong damn direction. And this man is saying that the weatherman is only good at predicting the weather. Well, hell, that man's supposed to be in charge of, you know, keeping the peace, and he can't even keep crime out of his damn city or even drop it any. So, I mean, it's just, I will be so glad when this election is over so we don't have to watch any more of these damn commercials.
Political ads, yeah. Yeah, well,
exactly.
Well, between now and November the 8th, just get ready. You're going to be bombarded
inundated
with them. Yes.
All right, Senor, I'll let you go. You have yourself a good night, and if you need help in the loneliest hour, I'll be out here driving around. I'll give you a holler again.
All right. Safe travels. Thank you very much, Heatwave. Yeah, what is a NOPEC bill? Many of you are asking the same question. According to the Oil Price Information Service, the current situation we're in with that announcement from OPEC, you know, the 2 million barrel per day cut, this is reminiscent of the early days of the Ukraine war when the U.S. and Europe floated the idea of creating an oil and gas buyers cartel. But the U.S. did more than talk. Back in May, the Senate passed the No Oil Producing and Exporting Cartels bill. That is the NOPEC bill, intended to protect American consumers and businesses from engineered spikes in the cost of gas and heating oil, despite some analysts warning that it could also have some dangerous unintended consequences. The bill would change the antitrust laws to revoke the sovereign immunity that has long protected OPEC and its national oil companies from lawsuits that would give the U.S. Attorney General the ability to sue the oil cartel or its members in federal court. It's not clear exactly how a U.S. federal court could enforce judicial antitrust decisions against foreign nations, though, not to mention the other countries could actually retaliate by taking similar action on us. For example, for withholding agricultural output to support domestic farming. Earlier in the year, Italy's prime minister hatched a radical plan to contain the oil price hike. The former European Central Bank president floated the idea of creating a cartel of oil consumers. At a meeting with Joe Biden, in order to increase their bargaining power, similar to how the biggest oil-producing nations kind of came together through OPEC to agree on annual oil production quotas. Yeah, the two met at the White House in order to coordinate their positions on Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the economic fallout from the conflict. Well, they said we're both dissatisfied with the way things work in terms of oil for the U.S. and in terms of gas for Europe. Prices don't have any relationship with supply and demand, he said. Yeah, there is more to the story, but that's the NOPEC bill. Could have unintended consequences, right? That's life. So let's get our news break. Bottom of the hour has rolled around here. We'll return after this on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
2 people are dead and 3 are in critical condition from a series of stabbings outside a Las Vegas casino.
Our officers immediately responded, and with the help of security partners, were able to take the suspect into custody very quickly, and we were also able to start rendering aid to multiple victims.
The stabbing appears to have been unprovoked. Federal agents have collected the necessary evidence needed to bring charges against President Joe Biden's son, Hunter. This is according to reports from the New York Post. Hunter could be charged with tax crimes and a false statement related to a gun purchase. The decision is being left up to the Justice Department. The Justice Department, FBI, and IRS have all declined to confirm the matter. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it on a Friday morning, TGIF. Yeah, the Northwest. It's been a very warm start to the fall, and even some summer-like warmth has resulted in numerous daily records over the past several weeks. Now, forecasters tell us some residents who are fond of the warmer weather better enjoy it while you can, as the warmth will be coming to an abrupt end early next week. Unseasonable warmth did take a brief pause in the Pacific Northwest Tuesday and Wednesday, as low clouds and even some drizzle affected some of the coastal areas. Yeah, warmer conditions continued pretty much unabated further inland. Forecasters say warmer air is going to be returning to some of the coastal areas as we head into Friday. High Thursday in Portland, short of the record of 89 degrees from 1952. The record for today, 83 degrees, could fall. Forecast high is for 84 in Portland today. Looks like the warmth continues into the weekend. Saturday, they're talking 82, Sunday, 83, tying the daily records there in Portland. Further north in Seattle, forecast to reach 76 Thursday, close to the 78 record there. Yeah, record not likely this weekend in Seattle, even though temperatures will still be a bit above normal. But California's going to heat up today and Saturday. Fresno forecast to hit 94 today, close to the record of 97. Saturday, forecast high of 95. The old record is 99, so that'll be out of reach. But the big change begins Monday. A dip in the jet stream is going to move into Washington before dropping further south Tuesday and Wednesday. Although the West Coast will cool down, the big effects are going to be felt further to the east. The strong area of low pressure will indeed bring a taste of fall to the Northwest. That does not include pumpkin, but rather windy conditions, much lower temperatures, and even some snow for the higher elevations. Even though precip will be somewhat limited, snowflakes could fall at the higher elevations in western Montana by Tuesday. The chance of snow moving southward Tuesday night with Yellowstone National Park, potentially getting a light accumulation there. Snow levels may start out around 8,500 feet, could get as low as 7,000 in and around Yellowstone by Tuesday night. Some locations could see nearly a 20-degree drop in temperatures in a mere 12 hours' time. Precip will be even spottier on Wednesday, maybe a few snowflakes at the higher elevations in western Colorado. Due to only a bit of precipitation, any of the strong winds could actually elevate fire concerns, according to forecasters. Although the drought has eased a bit over the interior western locations thanks to the active monsoon season, they still need more precip. The chance for any rain or snow pretty much low right on through the rest of next week. Does not appear any record-challenging heat, though, will be returning anytime soon. So there you go. All right, back to the phones on a Friday morning. Is it Wilson?
Nelson.
Nelson. Good morning, Nelson.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm one of these solar drivers, and I thought, well, I'm gonna call in and talk to Chris and got a question for him. But anyway, when I called in, I realized that y'all delaying that another week. No problem. I'll try to call back in, but this is a first-time caller for sure.
Well, I am in the process of taking your name and number down as we speak here, Nelson. So you had
thank you, sir.
You had a question about what the Stiction Eliminator, or what were you going to ask about?
No, it was the EDT, everyday diesel treatment. And I just kind of wondered if it was the same ratio you put in with it as you do with the the cold weather. And so that was my question, but no big deal. I'm a company driver, but yet I'm buying this for the company and running it in my truck. Seems to keep my truck running just a little better than the others, or maybe it's just me keeping up with my truck. I'm not sure, but I sure do appreciate the Hot Shot Secret for sure.
I'll get you a first-time caller code here for $60. And Nelson, it sounds to me like what you're probably going to be interested in the new product that just debuted about a week ago, which we were going to talk about tonight more, but we'll be talking about it obviously next Friday. It's the everyday diesel treatment, which pretty much has the winter rescue, I believe is what they're calling it, added in. So it's got like the anti-gel properties already kind of blended in with the everyday diesel treatment that'll keep you from freezing up, your fuel line freeze up and all that. So yeah, you can order that at the Hot Shot Secret website. You might want to check that out because you'll have a $60 code for hotshotsecret.com.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that very much so.
And obviously we'll delve into it in depth next week, all about the EDT, the brand new product. So hopefully you can tune in next week, all right?
All right. Well, if I don't catch you during the night, I'll definitely get you on the podcast.
During the day.
One way or the other.
Very good.
Yeah, one way or the other. Well, it's been a pleasure. I didn't realize how long I had been listening to you off and on over the years. I think I remember when your son was in the Army, and that's been some time back. So, but anyway, it was interesting just to go back and think about all that I've listened to you. I don't remember hearing your father, but anyway, it's been real good. I've enjoyed all the friends I've made on Facebook. I've got Monkey Gallagher and Grump and a few of the others. And then again, I've got some of the newer ones that I'm listening to and talking to on Facebook, or at least keeping up with. I appreciate it.
That's great, yeah. I was trying to remember here just a few weeks ago how many years it's been since he's been out of the military, because I know that he and Lauren they celebrated their 11th wedding anniversary, and so I guess he's probably been out. I think she actually got to go over to Germany with him, so I know you have to be married for the spouse to be able to be stationed with you like that. So it's probably been 9 or 10 years, somewhere close to that he's been out of the military. Man, does time fly or what? All right, so plenty of room for you. Almost cleared out here on a Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. Under the industry headlines from CDL Life. I guess these first couple of stories could these could fall under the Dumbass of the Week nominee categories. First, from the state of Georgia, an ill-fated attempt to move a home on a Georgia roadway resulted in officers uncovering dozens of violations after the truck broke down. In a social media post, the Georgia Department of Public Safety detailed this oversized load gone wrong. Very wrong, as they put it. They said, here's an example of when you try to do the right thing, but actually do the opposite. A local agency requested Sergeant Fowler to inspect this commercial vehicle that had a mechanical breakdown in the roadway in Monroe County. The company had a valid permit to move this load, but did not have the required law enforcement escort or height sensor required. And along with that, the driver did not have a valid CDL license. He knowingly had a flat tire on the trailer. Ultimately, this driver racked up 25 violations, 5 of which would be out-of-service violations. You big dummy. Then a Texas-based driver sentenced to federal prison after pleading guilty to human smuggling charges. You know, this happens all the time. Is it that lucrative? Is it lucrative enough if you're going to get, an extra $2,000 to smuggle some illegals? Is it really worth it? Because, what is 41 months in prison worth, I guess would be the question. 46-year-old Othel Brown got exactly that, 41 months in prison, to be followed by 3 years of supervised release, according to the Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Texas. Back in April of this year, Brown drove a truck through a border checkpoint on I-35. A canine unit alerted to the vehicle, which was then transferred for a secondary inspection. According to the news release, law enforcement had to use a metal grinder to unseal the doors, discovering 98 undocumented individuals in the refrigerated trailer. Brown later admitted that he transported loads of humans for the same organization on previous occasions, pleading guilty to a charge of conspiracy to transport non-U.S. citizens back on June 28th. At the sentencing hearing, the court heard additional testimony that detailed Brown's prior training as a truck driver and whether it assisted him in the smuggling attempt. In handing down the sentence, though, the court noted, Brown, you are extremely lucky that nobody was injured or killed during these smuggling attempts, because that would have resulted in a much higher sentence, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office. But 3.5 years in prison, it's all fun and games until you get caught, right? And there's one other, this guy may be facing the same thing. A group of migrants discovered beneath a false floor in the back of a trailer in Tucson this past weekend. Saturday, October 1, Tucson, Arizona, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Border agents stopped a semi, Route 82, inspecting the truck and trailer. During the inspection, though, agents found 9 illegals below a false floor in the trailer with no other exit. As a result of that discovery, 4 were arrested. That included the semi-truck's driver and passenger, along with another driver and passenger from a Ford pickup truck that was at the scene. This is another truck driver now facing smuggling charges. May very well be looking at what? 41 months in prison? Is it worth it? I guess is the question. All right, we'll get back to the calls here. Knucklebuster will be checking in after which clear lines. So, jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. That's our number. It's a Friday morning. Yeah, the new product. The one I was telling Nelson he might be interested in. It's the EDT Plus Winter Defense, as it's called. EDT Plus Winter Defense is the everyday diesel treatment with added anti-gel properties. A fully formulated 7-in-1 diesel treatment to prevent diesel fuel from gelling and icing. It contains a powerful cetane booster. It has the LX4 lubricity additive and Keep Clean detergent package and the de-icer chemicals. Reduces fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit. And at the same time, as the everyday diesel treatment does, increases fuel economy, boosts your power, and again, increases cetane. That's the brand new product, just debuted, I believe, there on September 30th, last Friday. Now they got, I'm looking at the chart here. Let's see, recommended frequency. A treatment of EDT plus Winter Defense should be used with every fill-up. For 25 gallons, use 2 ounces per gallon, is that? Let's see. All right, 25 gallons, 2 ounces, 50 gallons, 4 ounce, 100 gallons, 8 ounce, 200 gallons, you would use 16 ounces. So it's very, very concentrated. Now, that's the normal dose that'll get you for the above 0 degrees Fahrenheit. The performance dose for below 0 degrees, it's pretty much just double the numbers. 25 gallons, you'd use 4 ounces, 8 ounces for the 50 gallons, 16 for the 100 gallons, or just 1 quart for the 200-gallon fill-up. That's the one that's the performance dose to prevent fuel line freeze-up down to minus 40. It's available as we speak at hotshotsecret.com. It is showing up at some of the retailers, the truck stops around the country. But if you want to order online, of course, that's the easy route. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout and get an additional 10% off your order. That on top of the 10% that you always get for military, that's veteran or active duty, first responders, and as most of you would be, the CDL holders. 20% off is the total then with your entire order there at hotshotsecret.com. What do you say, Knuckle Buster? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, Mr. Steve Summers. Is it that time of the year already for anti deal?
It's getting close.
Yeah, I know that. Well, I'm not a happy I'm not a happy truck driver this morning. Guy runs Chicago, he quit, Steve. So they called me and said, we got to have somebody that can make it. So guess where I'm going tonight?
Chicago.
Yeah, I made sure I put my extra water blaster in the truck, too. I got plenty of water to go to right there. I don't know. It's only supposed to rain up there tomorrow a little bit, so I wasn't too worried about it. I may not need no anti-gel for just a little bit of rain. Down there at Laredo, they've got a big old sign out there at that border checkpoint. All the truck drivers they done busted doing illegal stuff there, and they got about a half a dozen trucks over there they've confiscated and talk about it. It's a high number of CDLs they've done got too. So I mean, it's not worth it. To me, it's not even worth it for speed. Why give you money away, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was going through some of this construction up here. Let me tell you something. I almost ran into a Snyder egg and hatched me one of them pumpkin drivers early. So thank God I didn't hit it there. Somebody stuck it right out there in the middle of the lane, and we were down to one lane, and they stuck that Snyder egg right out there in the middle of the lane I was in. So that was not a good thing. I got woke up, though. He was talking about being in Albuquerque. Well, in Memphis, if you're a white guy, you don't let the sun go down on your head. You get out of Memphis before the sun goes down, right? I say, let's be honest with each other. Joe told us this week, you don't up with a Biden. So he's just going to pardon him. That's all I can tell you. That's what I think's going to happen. He ain't going to do no jail time. What do you think?
I don't know. I guess it depends on when it all comes down. I mean, the way things have gone, it's been, 2.5, 3 years already. If Joe's not president anymore, he might not could do it.
Yeah, well, if he's not convicted until after Joe leaves office there, then he won't be able to pardon him there. All right, let's get to the real serious stuff here. Steve, you've only got 11 days until Mama Summer's birthday.
Oh yeah.
What have you bought her a birthday present yet?
I have not. No. What are you? Hey,
what are you waiting on? You better get on the ball, buddy.
This is a big birthday too. I know women are they don't like to divulge their age and all that, but it's the big 6-0, Knucklebuster. 6-0.
She's still young, puppy. That's all. She's younger than me. That's all that matters there, right?
I don't.
Hey, you better.
Would you recommend against getting one of them walking sticks with the little honker horn on it? With the rear view mirror.
You talking about getting your butt whooped? That's what you're talking about getting down there. Well, let me tell you something. I won Driver of the Month, and they give me a $50 bonus, and guess who wound up getting that $50?
I reckon it was the better half.
Yeah, Tennessee got it there. They were aggravating me about winning that Driver of the Month. I said, well, hell, I've been over here 20 years and ain't won it but twice. I guess I'm making the rounds there, right? Once every 10 years. Last time I won was for a photo contest, won $50, and I wound up giving $10 apiece to 5 of my grandbabies. I got one grandbaby. She's 27. She's got a job on her own. So she didn't get it. She didn't make Waffle House breakfast that Saturday, so she just was out of luck there. All right, man, let's get this thing on down the road there, and you play truck driver, and you play truck radio, and I'm gonna play truck driver. I'll get it right here in a minute. So we're gonna try to get in Chicago and out real quick.
Get out while the getting's good. Yeah, safe travels there. That's got to be a fun night, rolling into Chicago. All right. So there you go. All right, clear lines on a Friday morning. There you go. Wide open at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? What's on the slate for your weekend? Maybe you can be lucky like this woman in Georgia. She made a lucky stop at a store in South Carolina while on her way to a birthday party. According to the South Carolina Lottery, the woman whose name was not released called her husband from a BK World Shop in Anderson, South Carolina, to show him the winning ticket she had purchased. One of the $10 scratch-offs, I guess it was. You won $1 million. Why are you so calm? According to, that's what her husband asked her. She simply said, well, it hasn't sunk in. WHNS reports the couple met after the birthday party to cash the $1 million winning ticket. Now, the South Carolina Lottery said the woman's husband has already bought something special, but she hasn't decided on what her next purchase is going to be. Lottery officials say that she said, until I make a big purchase, it's not real. But how would that feel? $1 million. Yeah, that's what we're all looking for, right? It is 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Friday. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News.
2 people are dead and 3 are in critical condition from a series of stabbings outside a Las Vegas casino.
Our officers immediately responded, and with the help of security partners, were able to take the suspect into custody very quickly, and we were also able to start rendering aid to multiple victims.
The stabbing appears to have been unprovoked. President Biden announces pardons for thousands convicted of federal marijuana possession.
No one should be in jail just for using or possessing marijuana. And criminal records for marijuana possession have led to needless barriers to employment, to housing, and educational opportunities.
The president's action applies to everybody who has a conviction on that charge at the federal level. According to the U.S. Sentencing Commission, only 92 people were sentenced for marijuana possession in the federal system in 2017. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Federal agents have collected the necessary evidence needed to bring charges against President Joe Biden's son, Hunter. This is according to reports from the New York Post. Hunter could be charged with tax crimes and a false statement related to a gun purchase. The decision is being left up to the Justice Department as agents have reportedly assembled a criminal case against Hunter Biden. The Justice Department, FBI, and IRS have all declined to confirm the matter. A New York federal judge has temporarily halted parts of the state's new gun law that required social media account review for gun owners and made it a felony crime to carry guns in several public and private places. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
The Congressional Committee examining the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol has announced its next hearing. It will be scheduled for Thursday, October 13th at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It was originally expected to be live streamed on September 28th, but was postponed due to Hurricane Ian. Since the last publicly aired meeting in July, the committee has heard from the likes of former House Speaker Newt Gingrich and Trump's Secretary of State Mike Pompeo.
A Connecticut jury is expected to hear closing arguments in a defamation trial against podcaster Alex Jones. Mr. Jones declined to take the stand in his own defense Wednesday in a second defamation trial over his Sandy Hook comments after the 2012 shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School. The 6-person jury could begin deliberations by the end of the day. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
4,200 law school applicants received an acceptance letter from Northeastern University, the Massachusetts, who didn't get in. The school quickly realized its mistake and sent another round of emails to prospective students explaining that administration decisions are not finalized until later in the academic year. Officials at the Boston school say it was a technical error. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
Suspense. The Shadow knows. Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
Hey, what do you say? Let's take care of our $1,000 daily driver bonus. Your chance to win $1,000 cash. From our friends at TNCRadio.live, we've teamed up with them. You need a keyword, which I'm going to give you right now. First keyword here on a Friday morning is road. R-O-A-D. Stay on the road. You know, keep it betwixt the spotted and the solid. Road is your keyword. Enter that keyword now at tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. In this nationwide contest, we'll have another keyword coming up for you here a little after 4 a.m. and additional keywords at 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time each day via tncradio.live. All right, scratch another hour off as we roll into a Friday. Yeah, again, now it's quiet on the phones this morning. It's 844-844-3388. What's going on? All right, I put out the back signal for Big Moose. I got an email here. And I figured none other than Moose would probably be able to explain it better than I. New listener, new to the program, he says. Good morning, Steve. My name's James Kirby. I'm the owner of J.P. Kirby and Company in Indiana. I was recently made aware of your program and the Hot Shot Secret products through a mutual friend, Bill Comstock. I think that's Billy the Kid, right? He's pretty much convinced me that I'd be a fool not to use your products. First of all, he was trying to tell me about the hub oil additive, or Slickum, as you call it. I was wondering if you could elaborate. I haul heavy equipment, and my normal loads average 90,000 pounds. I'd be very interested in using the supplement in my equipment if it works. Could you explain how it works? Yeah, I've been burnt by the fix-it-in-a-bottle promises before, but Billy seems to be a dyed-in-the-wool believer, so I'd be willing to give it a shot. Now, Big Moose is the guy that kind of came up with the idea for the Slickum or the hub oil additive. How does it work, Moose? I mean, it kind of explain, because you're the one that knows, and you're the one that swears by it.
Yeah, it's basically a nano lubricant. Cuts from friction inside the wheel hub, and of course I was experimenting when I come across it, because Chris had sent me a special batch of heavy FR3, and I started using it in the supplementing the hub oil with it, and it dropped the hub temperatures 25 degrees almost instantly with the first treatment. And after me and Chris talked about it, they decided to pursue that, and I guess they've done independent testing there at the Hot Shot Secret, and found out that it does work. So they're bottling it up and marketing it as a hub oil additive. I'm not too sure what percentage I ought to be drawing off of that, but we'll discuss that at a later date. But no, it works. It's good stuff. It's a super lubricant, nano lubricant, whatever you want to call it, and it keeps the seals hydrated and cuts the friction down inside the wheel hub assembly, and it extends the life of the hub oil, extends the life of the hub seals, and you can't beat it. Matter of fact, they had just brewed up a new batch, and they sent me 4 gallons of it, and I've done went through and changed the oil in Big Orange and the Mean Green and the trailers, and I use it in the front hubs on the tractors, and use it on all the trailer hubs, and they I ain't got no complaints. It does exactly what it always did.
So I guess what
like I said,
I guess the question I had for your is it something that's thicker? I guess needs to be thicker so it sticks around in there. Is that right, or?
Well, yes and no. See, it's a supplement. So you're using your regular hub oil. You're just using a percentage of this the Slickum. You know, and I was actually using it a little too heavy initially, and I found out that I was actually able to get by with a lot less of it. And what I've been doing is adding about 2 ounces per quart of hub oil, and that seems to be the perfect combination, because I'm noticing the temperature drop, and it's. But yes, it is actually a thicker compound than the original FR3, but essentially it's a thicker version of the FR3 sticks and friction eliminator. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know that they're actually to the point where they're actually bottling it up to market it yet or not. I mean, I think they've been.
No, yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. They've already got the bottles out, got the new labels and everything. They just sent me a whole case of them. So,
Really?
yeah, it's out there. It's available.
I did not realize that. Okay, so
It still just says hub oil additive. I don't know if they're ever going to get around to using the Slickum name or not. But yeah, the hub oil additive is in bottles, labeled. They, like I said, I just got a shipment of it last part of last week. There, Thursday or Friday, I think is when it come in. But oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's they've got it. They're shipping it. So.
Okay.
And especially hauling that heavy equipment, that'd be a good thing because more weight, more friction. The more friction you can reduce, the longer your bearings and everything's going to last. So, and that's what I told Chris when I first started trying it. And I had rebuilt a hub assembly on a trailer, and I just put a dose of that stuff in there. And we ran a trip with it, and just for grins, I hit it with the infrared thermometer, and I only had it in the one hub. And, the one in front of it was 25 degrees warmer. So, I mean, the only difference was the rear hub had Slickum in it, and the front hub didn't. And it was a 25-degree difference over a 500-mile trip. So.
And that's pretty significant, 25-degree difference.
Oh, yeah, because, friction creates heat. So the less heat you got, the less friction you got.
Yep.
So, that told me right there that, if I can drop them temperatures 25 degrees, and I'm going to get a lot longer service out of those wheel hub assemblies. And, yeah, I've been a stickler for the stuff ever since. Like I said, I run it in the front hubs on the truck. As a matter of fact, that old Buster, the old bus truck that I had there for a while there, the old service truck I ran it in the hubs on it, and you just can't beat the stuff, man. I swear by it.
Well, I kind of figured you'd be able to explain it better than I, because.
I'll tell you something else too. Now I don't know if I'm about confident that Hot Shot Secret hasn't tested this, but I'll tell you something else that I do with it. I use it for the air compressor. I use it in the oil for my air compressor. I've been doing that since I got the very first bottle of it too, and it's quieted the air compressor down quite a bit. The air compressor runs cooler, and yeah, sure enough, I put it in the air compressor oil too. But like I said, that's just me doing that on my own accord. I'm sure they'd want to test that out before they go telling people to do that. But I've done it, and it works great. So.
All right, well, I appreciate you dialing us up there, Moose. I got to put out the bat signal. It's very quiet this morning. Odd for a Friday.
Well, yeah, that is kind of odd. Well, I tell you what, I got to play truck driver here for a minute. I'm just pulling into the chemical plant up here, and let me play some musical trailers, and I'll give you a ring back here in the next hour or so.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a good morning. There you go. The president yesterday pardoning thousands of individuals convicted of possessing marijuana. I've been hearing that in the news breaks. Yeah, saying the current system makes no sense, and sending pot stocks soaring on the news. In other words, marijuana stocks. Now, the pardons apply only to federal offenders convicted of simple marijuana possession, as well as those charged in the District of Columbia. But Biden is calling on governors around the country to follow suit. Just as no one should be in a federal prison solely due to the possession of marijuana, no one should be in a local jail or state prison for that reason either, says the president. More than 6,500 individuals with prior convictions of simple marijuana possession were impacted by the pardons, according to the White House. Thousands more through pardons under the D.C. law. Now, the pardons will not be extended to those who weren't U.S. citizens and were illegally in the country at the time of their arrest. But you got all these cannabis companies out there. Tilray Brands, Canopy Growth. Their stocks spiked on this news, gaining 30% and 22% respectively in afternoon trading. As of Thursday's close, each stock was still trading for less than $4 per share, though. But in addition to the pardons, Biden announced that he's instructed the Secretary of Health and Human Services and the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, to begin reviewing how marijuana is classified under federal drug laws. So I guess for the marijuana industry, this is pretty big news. We've seen more and more states legalizing not just medicinal marijuana, but even recreational marijuana. But the case is, it is still illegal under federal law. I guess this is probably the biggest signal we've ever seen that may be changing. The president noted that marijuana is currently a Schedule I substance under federal drug sentencing guidelines, the same as heroin or LSD or even fentanyl. To which he said, it makes no sense. The Justice Department's Office of the Pardoned Attorney will take the lead on administering the proclamation. According to a spokesperson there, in the coming days, the office will implement a formal process to provide pardoned individuals with an actual certificate of pardon, they say. Now, this also formally restored to those individuals all of the political, civil, and other rights that were denied to them as felons. There are thousands of people who were convicted for marijuana possession who may be denied employment, housing, educational opportunities. This pardon will remove this burden from them, he says. Now, the relatively small number of people who were actually pardoned Thursday kind of obscures the massive role that marijuana plays in the American criminal justice system. Every year, arrests for marijuana possession typically account for between 40 and 50% of all drug arrests nationwide. Research compiled by the ACLU says between 2010 and 2018, there were 6.1 million arrests in the United States for marijuana possession. In 2018 alone, police made more arrests for marijuana than for all violent crimes combined, which the ACLU data said this disproportionately impacts people of color and low-income communities. Now, too many lives have been upended because of our failed approach to marijuana, says Biden. Now, aside from Washington, that news represents a major victory for the marijuana industry. White struggling to gain access to major financial markets due to the disparities within the patchwork of state laws that govern marijuana possession. Yeah, what's your next investment going to be? All right, wide open lines at 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, heard from Country Bumpkin earlier. Checking in from Grand Haven, Michigan, 44 degrees. Have a great weekend, Overnight Drive family. Greg says, good morning from Oklahoma. And good morning to all the listeners out there. There's our airline pilot friend, Tim the Pilot. Hey, Steve, we are wheels up. Headed back to Michigan shortly. Got a balmy 50 degrees. Bikini weather up here. We've seen some nice aurora displays the last few evenings. Anyway, headed back to Michigan for a couple weeks vacation there. Going fishing for some salmon and trout up in the UP of Michigan and get some fall color pictures. We'll have our wings at all your truckers down below. We'll wave our wings. There you go. Thank you very much. So waving as he flies over this morning. I was thinking of the Aurora Borealis. I pulled up space weather. I knew there had been several CMEs, solar flares, headed toward the planet. And this forecast might be wrong, says spaceweather.com. A CME is headed for Earth. It could graze the planet's magnetic field Friday or Saturday. The storm cloud was hurled into space on October 4th by an erupting filament of magnetism in the sun's southern hemisphere. There are some gaps in the coronagraph data and possible confusion with other nearby in-time coronal mass ejections that kind of make it hard to know for sure where this CME is actually heading. But if a glancing blow does occur, it could spark a G1 class geomagnetic storm. So that would, G1, that would, again, spark some Aurora Borealis, but not the kind of storm that would be seen down into the lower 48, I don't believe. All right, who else we got on board? Seen, unseen. Morning, Steve. Nice to have you back on SensorTube. Did they give you a reason why you were suspended? Actually, they don't pinpoint exactly what it is. All they do is, technically, Josh is the one that is in contact because he set things up and got the whole studio set up, organized. So he gets an email from them, and he apparently they had cited not one, not two, but three separate programs that they flagged. And that was, again, that was our second strike within a 90-day period. Third strike, I do believe, would be kind of like a permanent ban. What are the odds we'll get through that amount of time without another strike? If I had to wager on it, I'd say not good odds. So just to let you know, I mean, realistically, I literally sit here doing show preparation each evening, and I'm looking at the story of the news, the actual news about Hunter Biden and the FBI. It's Washington Post, but I'm actually sitting here thinking hesitantly, should I dare delve into Hunter Biden? Because I don't want to get that third strike on YouTube. It's insane. You find stories. All right. New information about COVID. Oh, well, would they consider this misinformation or disinformation? It's insane how these big tech companies are trying to control what we can and can't even talk about. I was talking to my son earlier. I said, son, it's just last week on the program, we were talking about the whole pipeline explosion over there, the Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipeline, and discussing who might have done that, recall? And, several callers said, well, it might have been us. Could the United States have been involved? We're just talking about it, but, I have to sit back and say, all right, are they going to flag us for misinformation? Somebody said that the United States was involved in that. That's false information, right? It's crazy. So I don't know what we can and can't talk about. I guess the best thing to do is just do what we do and let the chips fall as they may. And again, Rumble would be more and more looking like the next route to go. And, for all of our friends, and there's a ton of you on YouTube right now. And, we had a 1-week suspension from a strike. Then we had a 2-week suspension for strike 2. Again, if the day comes where all of a sudden we're not on YouTube, that would, for all practical purposes, mean we probably will not be back on YouTube. So I would implore you to move over to the Facebook. Of course, you've always got the iPhone, the Android applications, which you can listen to the show. I know Tom Kelly with TNCRadio.live was actually working up a chat sort of scenario. A lot of you like to chat. So you can maybe check that out at TNCRadio.live. Let's get our news break here. I'm sorry, we got a minute left. 60 seconds, and we'll get to our news break. Tim the pilot, what else did he have to say? By the way, we're departing from Anchorage, Alaska, as we head back to Michigan. Yeah, okay, so if you're way up there in Anchorage, you probably do get you can see the Aurora Borealis there, can't you? Hello to Greg on board. Going to try on some more big barbecue party. All right, have a great morning there. Dion says, well, I hope we don't get a permanent ban. YouTube is just too judgmental. Yeah, I know what you mean. All right, a week after the hurricane wreaking havoc on Florida, residents just really starting to pick up the pieces, and some just now getting in to see their property for the first time since the hurricane moved through. Updates on that coming up here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
2 people are dead and 3 are in critical condition from a series of stabbings outside a Las Vegas casino.
Our officers immediately responded, and with the help of security partners, were able to take the suspect into custody very quickly, and we were also able to start rendering aid to multiple victims.
The stabbing appears to have been unprovoked. Federal agents have collected the necessary evidence needed to bring charges against President Joe Biden's son, Hunter. This is according to reports from the New York Post. Hunter could be charged with tax crimes and a false statement related to a gun purchase. The decision is being left up to the Justice Department. The Justice Department, FBI, and IRS have all declined to confirm the matter. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, update on the Sunshine State. My. The president surveyed the damage earlier this week. Some of the hardest hit areas Wednesday with Governor DeSantis. Yeah, of course, during his remarks in Fort Myers, said the search and rescue effort, the largest effort ever in the United States. Teams having knocked on over 70,000 doors. More than 3,800 rescues, and that was as of Wednesday. All right, we've got a long road ahead of us, rebuilding entire communities from the ground up. But I want the people of Florida to know you have my commitment and America's commitment that we're not going to leave you. The death toll continued to climb Wednesday. Now, Wednesday's number was 125. I don't have an update here. The AP also reported 3 fatalities in Cuba when Ian struck there. Although the death toll is fluid and historical numbers are inexact, this very well could be the deadliest tropical system for the state of Florida since 1935, what was known as the Labor Day hurricane that killed over 400 people. So based on where things are now, there's not a chance we'll surpass that. But as the death toll does continue to rise, ranking Ian as one of the deadliest tropical systems in Florida more than 87 years, Lee County officials have come under some scrutiny about whether they provided residents with ample warning to evacuate. Latest as of Thursday morning, it's still about 218,000 customers without power. So those numbers are coming down pretty sharply. I mean, it was 2.6 million outages a week ago. And obviously the hardest hit areas, the likes of Lee County, Charlotte County, Fort Myers, that's where most of the outages remained there. 138,000 customers as of Thursday morning in those counties. But officials did note, as power is restored, in many locations, schools will begin reopening. According to the governor, 69 districts have already reopened. There's still a number that are closed, though. The Department of Education working closely with those districts to ensure the schools have the resources to resume operation as quickly as possible. And really, this is kind of like the last thing you needed. On the heels of the pandemic, where so many kids were doing remote learning from home, and the statistics are showing many of those kids have fallen behind pretty significantly, especially in some of those states that lingered on and on with months and months of remote learning. Sanibel Island, one of the barrier islands that suffered the full force of Ian's wrath. People had an opportunity for the first time to see what was left Wednesday. They had a 12-hour window, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Residents and business owners were allowed during that preset time via personal watercraft or watercraft for hire. And I guess many are saying it's unfathomable, the devastation. Homes off the foundations, alligators running around, snakes all over the place. So, there's a lot to be done. But there's your update on Florida, a week after Ian and all the devastation there. Shadow Chaser checks in here on a Friday. Morning, Shadow Chaser.
Good morning, Steve. How you doing this morning?
Doing all right. It's a Friday. How about you?
Good. Hey, tell Knucklebuster I go through Chicago quite a bit, or Wisconsin, like down the East Coast and stuff like that. I'd rather go through Chicago any day than I would around Atlanta.
Is that right?
Yeah, sir. Yeah, Chicago ain't as bad as Atlanta. Atlanta is one of the worst places to get around. So.
Yeah,
so 10 days, Gov. What's that?
You're talking about the traffic, or?
Yes.
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
well, there's a station I listen to, 720 WGN out of Chicago. They give traffic reports and everything every half hour there. I listen to that, so that way it helps me get around Chicago.
They actually have to do traffic reports pretty much 24 hours a day, right? I mean, round the clock, because, I mean, I've been through there, going on vacation and whatnot. It'll be 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, where in the hell are all these people going? What is all this traffic in Atlanta in the middle of the night?
Yeah. Hey, 10 days to be a year older, right?
All right. Yes, sir. That's correct.
Year older, hey, wiser?
Now that I can't say for certain. Hopefully.
Well, Lisa agree with that?
I don't know about that. I'll ask her.
Is she going to be the one that pops out a birthday cake for you?
Yeah, right?
Oh, don't celebrate it too hard then, Steve.
I'll do my best. All right.
Behave yourself.
All right.
Behave yourself.
Shadow Chaser, have a great morning. Thanks for checking in. Me? Behave myself on my birthday? What? Yes, sad in Las Vegas. Hearing in the news breaks as well that the stabbing incident, suspect is in custody. A violent attack that left 2 dead and at least 6 others injured on the Las Vegas Strip this past morning. The sheriff says the victims some were tourists, some were locals. During the press conference, 8 victims, 2 dead, 3 in critical condition. The suspect, all they're saying, a male in his 30s. Motive is unknown. Earlier at the scene, they say a kitchen knife was recovered at the scene. This happened like at a little after 11:40 in the morning, local time, on South Las Vegas Boulevard, near the Wynn Las Vegas and the Resorts World Casino. I mean, major resorts in the city there. Some of the victims, they say, were showgirls that were taking pictures with tourists. The suspect allegedly stabbed his first victim in what appeared to be an unprovoked attack before fleeing and then stabbing more victims, according to the chief there. The suspect was actually followed by concerned citizens as they were calling 911 for help. The alleged perpetrator gave police his identity and claims not to be a local resident. They're trying to confirm the information. Hard to understand, hard to comprehend. One reporter at a local station there said, I'm speaking with a woman who says 4 injured showgirls worked for her. She says the suspect had a knife and claimed he was a chef, and he wanted to take a picture with the showgirls. And when they said no is when he started stabbing people. One tourist from Montreal, Canada said there was a lot of blood on the ground. There was one showgirl on the ground, another showgirl on top of her trying to help her, seemed to be stabbed in the back, but couldn't really tell. So just insanity, craziness on the Las Vegas Strip this past morning. Right-wing nut.
Yes. Right-wing nut, yes. Steve, I tell you what, I think Thomas Paine said it best when he said, if you're afraid to offend, then you can't be honest. And I think them YouTube communists, they need to understand that. You got to have dialogue. That's what my better half has to say. Her name is Lucy Screw, Schrough. I just call her Loose Screw, because sometimes I think she does. She has a screw loose. Anyways, Heatwave, he had a video of some snow. Did you see that last week? Earlier this week.
Don't know. I might have missed that.
Yeah, it was almost up to his knee. I guess he was in the garage and he opened the door and he had snow up there and he went ahead and he posted it and I'm sorry. I'm back on them tobacco cigars again.
That didn't last long.
But, no, hell, them damn candy cigars, I mean, they just raising up my blood sugar. So, boy, I sure could use an adult beverage right about now. But anyway, so, Pappy, I guess, Pappy Bollington from WW2 was commenting on it. You know, I thought Pappy Bollington was dead, but I guess he's a sheriff's officer down there in Hump Hill County, right around your neck of the woods. But he said, stop saying them cuss words. And all I could think of was Vanilla Ice when he was singing, ice, snow, baby, too cold, too cold. Ice, snow, baby, too cold, too cold. But anyways, I just thought I'd pass that along. I mean, hey, it's Friday. What's he going to do? Yell at me tomorrow? I guess he'll get me on Monday night. All right, Steve, you have yourself a good night, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, thank you for checking in, right-wing nut. You have to have the emphasis on the right words there. He likes to refer to himself as the right-wing nut. It's right-wing nut. Emphasis on nut. It is 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday. Yeah, a little space talk here since Philip doesn't get to call on Friday mornings. But scientists revisiting a mysterious signal from the South Pole of Mars have suggested a new potential explanation, and it doesn't bode well for the hopes of finding water on the red planet. A couple of years ago, scientists using data from the European Space Agency's Mars Express orbiters, their advanced radar for subsurface and Ionosphere Sounding announced that they had observed a radar signal that they said could be interpreted as evidence of liquid water. That signal, a strange bright reflection, came from the Martian South Pole. Researchers investigating the reflection now suggest the signal did not come from the ice itself or even from liquid water, but from underlying geological layers made up of minerals and frozen carbon dioxide. In particular, it turned out that the thickness of these layers, rather than what they were made of, created the otherworldly reflection. See, here on the planet Earth, the dazzling reflections like this often come from liquid water. Subglacial lakes like Antarctica's Lake Vostok, which has been lying under more than 2 miles of ice for millions of years, causes a bright radar signal like what they found on Mars. Just because it's possible for something like this to have also occurred on Mars does not guarantee the presence of liquid water, they now say. All right, because there's an immense amount of carbon dioxide frozen in the Martian South Pole, Cornell University planetary scientists, the lead offer, was sure to include layers of ice in their simulations. So, all right, changes. That they say one of the keys, if there were actually water, liquid water on Mars, that would be a big thing. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Back into this Friday morning on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, somewhere in the mix, Pappy had sent me an email earlier this past evening about, what was it, the number of container vessels that a lot of shipments are being canceled. Let me see if I can dig back in and find that again. I may have deleted that email, but I'm sure we could dig it up. Shortly after I read that, I was looking at from FreightWaves this past day where they say it's kind of a time-honored tradition. Shipping, and here's to this time-honored tradition. When ship owners make exceptionally high profits, they order a lot of new vessels. And when those new builds are delivered by the yards, it kills the ship owner's profits. Just like, I don't know, the definition of insanity. They do this over and over again. It's the boom and bust behavior that's been going on for over a century. The London shipbroker J.C. Gold, Angier and Company, back in 1984 said the philanthropy of the ship owners is evidently inexhaustible. The amount of tonnage on order guarantees a long continuance of low freight rates. The container industry just came out of the most profitable 2 years in shipping history. We're talking 2021 and this year. Right on cue, the owners ordered more new container ships than ever before. And now, as the freight rates tumble, they're still ordering more. A huge number of new large container ships are going to hit the water right at the time when demand is rather stagnant. According to one analysis earlier this week, the market is going to struggle to absorb all these new ships. The container ship overbook now stands at 7.1 million 20-foot equivalent units, TEUs as they call it. According to one analyst, the previous peak was 6.6 million TEUs back in 2008. And at that point, tonnage on orders totaled 60% of the capacity of the on-the-water fleet. Since then, global fleet has more than doubled. So the current order book, a record in absolute capacity terms, represents only 30% of the existing tonnage. They go through all these different companies and the amount of ships that they have ordered, but in other words, all these ships are going to come on, and I guess they'll be hitting the waters at a time where we'll possibly be in something akin to a global recession, is the concern. Good morning to Vic. Happy Friday, Vic. What's happening out there?
Well, I've studied up there for Chris because I had a couple of questions to ask him about the stable and everything. And oddly enough, I got back on that whole climate change thing. And not to get too technical, but it dealt with the gravitational pull and the specific gravities of all these greenhouse gases. And oddly enough, water vapor is the number one greenhouse gas. So I don't know how they're going to stop the vaporization of the water. But anyway, and you mentioned that deal with YouTube. I was a little bit nervous about discussing this because the climate change thing, because YouTube's definition of fake information and mine is two different things.
Right.
Having a fair and honest discussion about different variables. I've done that for years, and John Snyder there at Papa John's, he lost his whole company because he thought he was going to just a regular investment analysis thing that where they meet and say, why the stock didn't do this or that or whatever. And lo and behold, he said something that they said he shouldn't have said. It was supposed to be a freewheeling discussion. So I guess freewheeling discussions are verboten anymore. But anyway, really what I called up to talk about was this whole deal with marijuana and the drug testing. I just stumbled across this today looking at something else. I believe, I don't know exactly whose website it was on, but here a few years ago, they took the drug testing responsibility away from FMCSA and HHS, Human and whatever they call it there. It used to be the old Health and Education Welfare. They said that they wanted to change the name. Was it Health and Human Services?
Mm-hmm.
They now have responsibility for all the drug testing for all the transportation industry, and that kind of struck me as a little bit odd. So if HHS is going to look at the whole marijuana thing, which I thought I heard them say that with Biden's new move there about pardoning everybody, then that kind of struck me as kind of odd as how Health and Human Services, I don't know how much they're going to get into the whole research on that, but the old THC content on basically what was ditchweed way back in the 70s, 80s, and people now actually are breeding for higher THC content, and that's what caused people to go a little wacky. That's when they call it wacky weed and make irrational decisions. But that, I'm not exactly sure how much research that HHS is going to bring to that. And it just struck me as odd. It's like, well, are they going to say, well, if you were a truck driver and somehow you got convicted of possession, are they going to remove all those charges? Or exactly, how are they going to approach that? And I had a friend, an acquaintance, that he was actually had some pretty sensitive information. He was in the Marine Artillery, and he had all the codes, the encrypted codes for the artillery whenever they were in a battle situation, which he was in a couple of those, so that if the enemy was listening, they still wouldn't know what the coordinates were, where they were.
But can you hold that thought, Vic? Because we're up against the clock. We got to get our top of the hour news break in here. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
2 people are dead and 3 are in critical condition from a series of stabbings outside a Las Vegas casino.
Our officers immediately responded, and with the help of security partners, were able to take the suspect into custody very quickly, and we were also able to start rendering aid to multiple victims.
The stabbing appears to have been unprovoked. President Biden announces pardons for thousands convicted of federal marijuana possession.
No one should be in jail just for using or possessing marijuana. And criminal records for marijuana possession have led to needless barriers to employment, to housing, to educational opportunities.
The president's action applies to everybody who has a conviction on that charge at the federal level. According to the U.S. Sentencing Commission, only 92 people were sentenced for marijuana possession in the federal system in 2017. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Federal agents have collected the necessary evidence needed to bring charges against President Joe Biden's son, Hunter. This is according to reports from the New York Post. Hunter could be charged with tax crimes and a false statement related to a gun purchase. The decision is being left up to the Justice Department as agents have reportedly assembled a criminal case against Hunter Biden. The Justice Department, FBI, and IRS have all declined to confirm the matter. A New York federal judge has temporarily halted parts of the state's new gun law that required social media account review for gun owners and made it a felony crime to carry guns in several public and private places. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
The Congressional Committee examining the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol has announced its next hearing. It will be scheduled for Thursday, October 13th at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It was originally expected to be live streamed on September 28th, but was postponed due to Hurricane Ian. Since the last publicly aired meeting in July, the committee has heard from the likes of former House Speaker Newt Gingrich and Trump's Secretary of State Mike Pompeo.
A Connecticut jury is expected to hear closing arguments in a defamation trial against podcaster Alex Jones. Mr. Jones declined to take the stand in his own defense Wednesday in a second defamation trial over his Sandy Hook comments after the 2012 shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School. The 6-person jury could begin deliberations by the end of the day. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
4,200 law school applicants received an acceptance letter from Northeastern University, the Massachusetts, who didn't get in. The school quickly realized its mistake and sent another round of emails to prospective students explaining that administration decisions are not finalized until later in the academic year. Officials at the Boston school say it was a technical error. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
Suspense. The Shadow Knows. Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yes, indeed, on a Friday. All right, weekend coming on TGIF. Get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Got to get to the Major League Baseball playoff action. Getting underway later today. Wild card games. We're going to get a couple games today, a couple games. Kind of rotate back and forth over the next several days. Best of 3 for the wild card games. And we got plenty of room for you here on a Friday morning. Lines open at 844-844-3388. I'm going to get back and finish up with Vic here. First thing he brought up was this whole climate change discussion, right? Yeah, Pappy sent me I guess you'd call it a screenshot from the Wall Street Journal this past day under the Wall Street Journal opinion piece by the editorial board. Under the heading, The Climate Change Censorship Campaign. The left is demanding that social media shut down debate, even on solutions. What the letter asks for sounds modest, but the implication is clear. The Digital Services Act, recently enacted by the European Union, includes transparency rules. And these green groups want Silicon Valley, quote, to commit to including climate disinformation as a separately acknowledged category in its reporting and content moderation policies inside and outside of the European Union. In other words, then they could proceed to complain that the tech giants are not doing enough censoring. When it comes to the whole climate change debate, they want to shut anything down, even discussion about solutions. Can you imagine that? Welcome back, Vic.
All right, thanks for calling me over, and thanks for Pappy there. I mean, I knew that was going on. I didn't realize I don't take the Wall Street Journal anymore, but I know they've been trying to shut down discussion on that forever. You mentioned the ice sheet there in Antarctica. You know, Russia's had a considerable project going on there showing that CO2 has been at higher levels than everything else. But what I was talking about there as you left there, my acquaintance there with the Marine Corps and their artillery thing, and he had the encrypted codes. He was caught smoking marijuana, and he got a court-martial and got busted and everything. And then the Marine Corps changed its mind and gave him his rank back, but he did get an administrative discharge under honorable conditions. And that was the other thing I was going to talk about was the deal with Hunter Biden. You know, whether he had a dishonorable discharge or not. The service, when I was in, they were very reluctant to give someone a dishonorable discharge. And it took quite a bit of, well, what shall I say, investigation. The charges had to be pretty serious. And, of course, they're allowed to have an attorney and everything, but to represent them at the court-martial outside of the military, they can hire a private attorney.
Mm-hmm.
But by and large, it has such a drastic effect on someone's life that the military, they just don't hand those out willy-nilly. They like to make an investigation. And I'll kind of divert here a little bit. You know, I was telling you about one time that I had to go with the guys to the strip clubs up there in Anchorage to make sure they didn't get in trouble. And the backstory on that is we had a guy in our unit. I wasn't his NCO or anything, but a woman up there accused him of rape. It was a younger black girl. And by and large, essentially the military decided, since Anchorage, Alaska was so far away, and back at that time you got the news 2 days later, they didn't even have direct links up there. I mean, it was really a frontier. So they put this guy on a plane back to Chicago, a military plane. And so then whenever the Anchorage police came looking for him, they explained he had a family emergency and he had to go back, which that was kind of pushing the truth a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I believe he did wind up getting a dishonorable discharge, because I never seen him again or anything when we got back, and he never showed up at any of the meetings. And I believe that it was basically taken care of through the military justice system, so he didn't get extradited back to Anchorage. But anyway, and that was why I wound up. I'm a teetotaler and everything else, so I was a designated driver, and people get away from home, and you've seen this before. They get a little bit rowdier, and we had a lot of married people in the unit and all that stuff. And I just didn't want to have to be dealing with another situation like that. And the one bar that we were in, that was the one I was telling you about. There was a woman ran that, and there was a bunch of people, about 3 or 4 guys came in there, and they were talking about Alaska politics and everything, and who was going to get this and get that. So, like I said, that was back in the days when, you know, the smoke-filled rooms in the back determined a lot of the politics. But the strangest thing that I'd seen up there was that the guy come in there for one of the dancers, and he was carrying a bag of groceries, and they were talking about what to do to when they got home. And I'm thinking, this is really strange. I mean, I guess different people do different things. I know a lot of the motorcycle clubs, the 1%, a lot of their gals used to work in places like that. But this was just a straightforward guy. So I don't know, but it seemed odd. And I did have one guy that, since I was a teetotaler, they came and told me I was going to have to leave if I didn't buy some drinks or something or whatever. And I said, well, just bring me some tea and it'll look like it. But I want to tell you, if I leave, all these other people are going to leave. So the barkeep, he decided that I could stay. And a few minutes later, we had a guy that there was a real attractive dancer there that he made some inappropriate advances. He literally grabbed her around the waist and tried to go up, and I had to jump up real quick and grab him back. And I mean, the bouncer, the Billy Club was right there. I'll tell you that. I don't know who it hit if he'd have swung it. So anyway, I made sure that guy didn't go back again, because I told him, I said, hey, you get home, you're going to have some deep explaining to do with your wife if you'd have got, arrested being in a strip club up there. So anyway, anyhow, that was kind of the backstory on that. But back and then, well, the other thing too, that Tim, the pilot that was talking about flying out of Anchorage, I guess he's coming out of Anchorage International, but when you fly into Elmendorf up there in their air base, you drop down the side of a mountain, And if you're in the wrong aircraft, you can literally bust your eardrums on that. But
wow.
And the guy headed to Chicago. I used to always have to call the low bridge number up there. I don't know if they still have that or not, but yeah, Chicago's not really that bad getting around once you learn how to get around. But you certainly don't want to get caught in that afternoon rush hour. You know, morning's kind of bad, but it's nothing compared to that afternoon rush hour. You can spend 2 hours getting from one side of Chicago to another. But anyway, and just kind of some side notes there. And really what I wanted to call Chris about this morning was that, you know, he put me onto that Pacer 3000 that did with differentiation and gasoline. And then he got hooked up there with Staybill, and I was looking at their products, and they have some that they said was designed for ethanol. And of course, that ethanol gas, it wants to differentiate, and you get that water layer in there. And I know the people that are on the lakes and stuff, they don't use ethanol-based gasoline. They use the other. And I had a friend that he has a contract with the city to mow all the abandoned lots, and I don't know how many mowers he has, but you know been using Staybill for years. When you go to store, I was just kind of curious if that Staybill, he felt like it was going to do the same job with the ethanol, because again, the fellow I was telling you about that it was a Marine. Well, oddly enough, he was working for a company that sells a lot of lawnmowers, and they were having a lot of coming back, and it was because they were using the wrong fuel in those small engines. You know, it very plainly has a big thing on the fuel cap that says, no, I think it's anything less than 95% gasoline that they're not supposed to use. And he said about everyone that came back that they just honored the warranty and just gave him a new lawnmower, and he was selling the other ones for like $10 after he cleaned them up. So, like I said, that was really what I was looking for.
I've got the bottle in hand here. It's the Staybill 360 protection. It says right on the label, ethanol treatment and stabilizer. That's the Staybill 360. Yeah, the other over there on the counter. For those on YouTube and Facebook, that's the Staybill storage that we talk about. Because for over 60 years, Staybill has been the go-to additive. When you're storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that you may have sitting around with gas in it, that is the Staybill storage that keeps your gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Store your engine the right way with Staybill. I think I mentioned for the first time last evening, I will assume it's up and running, because the email that I received from Bob was back on the 26th of September, and he said, we are setting up a 15% off code for Staybill products on the website. Of course, that would be goldeagle.com. That's the parent company, our parent company now, which, by the way, is celebrating their 90th anniversary this year. Gold Eagle from 1932 to 2022, 90th anniversary. So if you go to goldeagle.com, and of course you can see the full line of products, but all the various Staybill, whether it's the Staybill storage, the 360 products, the Marine storage, coupon code, just like for our Hot Shot Secret website, is Overnight Drive. But it's 15% off. So if you want to purchase some Staybill, which that brings me to the other email I got just a few minutes ago from Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve. Bought my first bottle of Staybill fuel stabilizer today. I got the 8-ounce bottle. 1 ounce treats 2.5 gallons of gasoline. Also has a cool bottle where you can squeeze it and measure the proper amount to the top of the bottle. I feel better now treating my generator and my lawn tractor for the winter months. Hopefully, we won't need to use the generator, but we do get those ice storms here in mid-Michigan right around fall and spring. So there you go. Everybody, please stay safe out there. Have a great weekend. And yeah, Dipsy Driver, thank you very much. And thank you for supporting our products. And we'll return into a Friday morning at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. And yeah, lines available on a Friday morning. Somebody just sent me a link. We were talking a couple weeks ago about sections of the Mississippi River. You know, the water levels being so low that they're having to reduce the amount of tonnage in some of the barges, so the barge doesn't sink and bottom out. And I guess this just updated this past day. There's actually a Viking River cruise ship headed north up the Mississippi cannot finish its voyage because of low water levels. According to a statement from the company Thursday, unusually low water levels along the Mississippi River have caused sections of the river to be closed, impacting all northbound and southbound shipping traffic. According to the statement, the closures have caused delays that will prevent the Viking Mississippi for completing the sailing underway from reaching St. Paul, Minnesota, for the next scheduled departure, which was supposed to be on October 15th. The cruise line said guests have been notified of the issue, did not provide details on how many passengers have been affected, but the Viking Mississippi can hold up to 386 guests and was built in 2022, according to the company's website. Viking was advertising a 15-day trip in October from St. Paul to New Orleans, starting at $12,999. It's a rather expensive river cruise. Of course, this ship not the only one facing problems here on the Mississippi River. Yeah, with the drought conditions, low water levels along the Mississippi have forced several barges to run aground over the past week, according to the Coast Guard. NOAA maintains a drought information website. The most current report said almost 53% of the lower 48 are in drought. Much of the West is in some state of drought. Drought and abnormal dryness continue to develop and intensify from the plains through the Mississippi River Basin and have now extended further into the Midwest and Southeast. And those low water levels are impacting barge traffic on the Mississippi River at a crucial time. Right now is harvest time. Crucial. Now, the forecaster said this past evening there's not much relief in sight in the near future, they say. No rain is expected in the key river cities like Minneapolis, St. Louis, Memphis, where all that water would go down to raise the river. This extreme weather is taking lives and messed up travel plans across the country this summer and fall. Of course, we had wildfires at Yosemite National Park, flash flooding that crippled the normally bone-dry Death Valley National Park. And, of course, most recently, Ian impacting the tourist sites in the hard-hit states of Florida and the Carolinas. Now, the Mississippi River situation is played out in other parts of the world this year as well, they say. In Europe, the heat wave this past summer, and their fabled waterways that fell to shockingly low levels. The Rhine River is one of Europe's most crucial trade routes, a wildly popular cruise itinerary with the fairy tale castles, stunning views. Those cruise lines all took a hit. Some river cruises were able to lighten their load to carry on, but others had to change itineraries. Some of the river ships actually had to cancel voyages altogether. But I'm looking at the photograph of that Viking, the Viking cruise line. Yeah, that's a very beautiful ship. Looks brand new, right? Get a news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in about a minute here, and we'll get back to your calls at 844-3388. Before that, real quick, one other industry headline out of Houston, Texas. Fire officials working to determine the cause of a 2-alarm fire that damaged several semi-trailers and sent one firefighter to the hospital Wednesday afternoon. About 4 o'clock at a warehouse in northeast Houston, Texas. This was a massive blaze, by the way. The fire department told ABC 13 approximately 500 bales of compressed cardboard and 20 trailers were damaged in the warehouse fire. More than 100 firefighters and other personnel responding to what turned out to be a 2-alarm fire. Big blaze there. All right, we'll take care of that and get back to your calls at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
2 people are dead and 3 are in critical condition from a series of stabbings outside a Las Vegas casino.
Our officers immediately responded, and with the help of security partners, were able to take the suspect into custody very quickly, and we were also able to start rendering aid to multiple victims.
The stabbing appears to have been unprovoked. Federal agents have collected the necessary evidence needed to bring charges against President Joe Biden's son, Hunter. This is according to reports from the New York Post. Hunter could be charged with tax crimes and a false statement related to a gun purchase. The decision is being left up to the Justice Department. The Justice Department, FBI, and IRS have all declined to confirm the matter. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Eskimo Mom's out there. She just sent me a link to the AccuWeather breakdown. You're talking about we got freeze warnings this morning as we speak. Much of North Dakota, South Dakota, into Nebraska, northern Nebraska, northwest Iowa. Yeah, 24 hours from now, we'll see a lot more of those expanding much further south, even into her neck of the woods. She sent me the breakdown. Freeze watch from late Friday night to Saturday morning. Sub-freezing temperatures down to maybe 31 degrees for portions of east central and southeast Indiana, central, southwest, and west central Ohio. So probably our first frost and freeze conditions. Going to be having to cover some of the plants out there. I think the hardy mums should be okay with those kind of temperatures, but the other plants. And I've got a hibiscus, which is more of a tropical plant that purchased the wife for Mother's Day. Yeah, I didn't realize I bought her one last year, and didn't realize Old Man Winter was going to kill it, so I got her another one this year. And I was thinking about maybe trying to dig that thing up and bringing it indoors for the winter months. I think it would survive the winter, but yeah, we shall see. Definitely going to have to cover that bad boy tonight, though. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Friday. Is that Eric on board? Is that correct?
Say it again, Steve.
Yes, correct.
Hey, how you doing this morning, Mr. Steve?
Doing well, thank you.
Hey, I just wanted to wish you a happy early birthday. My birthday's in October here in about here on the 16th, but I wanted to wish you a happy birthday and another trip around the sun, right, sir?
That is correct. Yes, and I'm going to be knocking on that big 6-0 pretty soon myself. It's be 58 this time around.
Hey, there you go. 58 young. But I do want to ask you, so if you do what you told Knuckle Buster earlier about the cane with the little side mirror, where do we send the flowers?
Exactly.
Flowers?
I don't think that would go over too well. I might get that cane upside the head, right?
We might have to do a GoFundMe page to help the medical bills out, right?
Yep, no doubt.
Well, I just wanted to call and wish you a happy early birthday. This is my last day for the next 2 weeks, so I probably won't be hearing you. So I just want to say happy birthday and many more to you, Mr. Steve.
Well, thank you so much for listening in, Eric. Don't be a stranger. And yeah, my birthday actually comes up on a Saturday this year. How appropriate is that? It's Saturday the 15th, if my math is correct, yeah. Yeah, we notice big difference in the price of fuel depending on from one state to the next, from one region of the country to the next. We talked earlier this week about some states that have seen 30, 40 cent per gallon increases just this past week, which undoubtedly means the national average is going to continue ticking higher. And that was even prior to the announcement from OPEC about the 2 million barrel per day cut starting in the 1st of November. And found the story from, I believe this was from Landline this past day. And I guess this is kind of an explanation as why you might cross state lines and say, why, geez, gas is 30 cents a gallon cheaper here than it was across the state line. I talked to Deborah last evening about how they had gone down to the Carolinas and Tennessee, and they were paying like $3.19 a gallon, just over $3 in some places. And they got back to the home 20 there in central Indiana, and it was $4.25 per gallon and just jumping up more. Georgia, for example, they've had the fuel tax holiday. See, some states have done this, others have not, cutting out the state fuel tax. And Georgia has just announced they're going to continue the fuel tax holiday for at least another month. The governor acting this week to extend the tax holiday. It's now slated to go through November 11th. The tax break for gas and diesel purchases had been set to expire coming up here in a few days on October the 12th. So what you're saving is the state normally collects 29.1 cents gas tax and 32.6 on diesel. The latest extension via executive order marks the 6th time the governor has acted to suspend fuel tax collections. Going all the way back to March, state lawmakers approved a bill and the governor signed it into law, a suspension of the state fuel tax through May the 31st originally. The governor said at the time that the state was in a good position to provide a tax break because of a $3.7 billion budget surplus through fiscal year 2021. He later extended that break through mid-July and has since signed off on 5 monthly extensions. Now, in addition to the executive order to suspend the state fuel tax collection and suspend collection of the state's sales tax on locomotive fuel, a second executive order extends the supply chain state of emergency also through November the 11th now. The governor said high inflation and now the after effects of Hurricane Ian justifies another extension. While Georgia was largely spared the devastation of Ian, Florida and South Carolina, of course, endured both significant destruction and flooding. While my executive orders cannot undo the mess caused by Washington, I hope they alleviate some of the additional strain on Georgians by the lingering impacts of this major storm. The governor is required to issue an executive order to make any changes because right now the legislature has adjourned for the year. Governor Kemp said the state of Georgia, fiscally, their conservative approach to budgeting allows them to extend the fuel tax suspension. And so there you see, right now, Georgia's average diesel price is about 30 cents below the national average for a gallon of diesel, according to AAA. The state's average gas price is nearly 70 cents, about 67 cents below the national average for a gallon of regular gasoline. So that kind of explains it to some extent. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388, a Friday morning. Hey there, Knuckle Buster.
Thanks for taking me back again, Mr. Steve Summers. Boy, this is like Monday on a Friday, ain't it?
It sure is. Hate to say it, but it is.
Yeah. Well, anyway, work all week long, punching the clock, dust to dawn. We're looking for Friday night. That's a good time, right? Thank you, Mr. Alan Jackson. Yeah, so when I crossed the river there, coming out of Missouri into Illinois, there was one of them cruise boats down there. He was just sitting there by the bridge there. I guess he was waiting on the water to rise, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Cards have got to play the Phillies Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this weekend. Best 2 out of 3 on that one. Come on, Cardinals, let's go there. And I want to congratulate them Indianapolis Colts for beating them Denver Broncos 12-0. Shut them out, Steve. It's on a Thursday night too, but that movie was Any Given Sunday, right?
I missed my Thursday night football game. Who was it that played again?
The Indianapolis Colts and the Denver Broncos.
Okay, and who won that?
Indianapolis. Shut them out, 12-0.
Ah, boy. Okay.
I guess they kicked forward field goals. I don't know, or scored 2 touchdowns. Couldn't get an extra point. I don't know. I didn't get a chance to see the breakdown on scores, but that's who won right there. And I appreciate all that advice on Chicago, but this ain't my first rodeo, buddy. I promise. I've been driving 35 years. For 7 of those 35 years, I ran Memphis to Chicago 3 times a week there. So I'm well versed in messing around up here in Chicago. I guess that's why they asked me to go. I really didn't want to, but I guess you got to pick and choose your fights, right?
Yeah, I remember when Neighbor Dave was running Chicago here before he had his heart attack. He said that I guess the traffic was a mess along the interstate, and he made the mistake of getting off the interstate to take like the off the beaten path, and he ended up going right through the heart of I guess the really bad part of town there in Chicago, and he said he'll never do that again.
Hell, I've been down there quite a few times. That ain't nothing. Just keep your doors locked, your windows rolled up. And I told him up there one time I listened to Latino and rap music. He said, really? I said, yeah, every time I stopped at a red light, that's all I heard.
That's right.
Yep. Well, I made sure I put my long sleeve breeches on because it's already cold up here, and I do have the heater on. I said earlier, got that water blaster with water. I got my truck route garment in the truck with me. I got my get out of jail free card, and they make free apps that you can use, like Gas Buddy, find cheapest gas. Trucker Pass, that's a great one. They'll help you find parking. Tell you what the weigh stations are doing. And since this weigh station over here on 57 is open and the one on 55 is closed this morning, I'm going to get over here to Champaign. I'm going to go 6 miles west, run up Highway 47, come out over on Interstate 55, and go right on around. That bad, baby, just like it ain't nothing there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, kind of like Moose. I experiment a lot with stuff, and that's the best thing to do. You'll be amazed at some of the stuff you find out that you can use. I mean, it clean your lawnmower at Hot Shot 6 and Eliminator. It clean your lawnmowers up. And anything that just run off of gasoline or oil, you can clean it up there with that. You play that New York Times game, Wordle?
Not familiar, no.
It's a word game. It's a 5-letter word. You got like 5 or 6 chances to guess what the word for the day is there.
Mm-hmm.
My word for the day would be legs, female legs, but that's too many letters there, right? You can Google it and it'll bring it up there. My last bit of baloney here. You know how to spell Chicago in Mississippi?
How's that?
Chicken on car won't go. That's how we spell Chicago.
Okay.
That's all of my baloney for this morning. We're going to ease on up the highway here and get her done. Have a great day.
Right. Have fun in Chicago. I'm looking at the schedule here. Yeah. So as the Major League Baseball playoffs get underway today, looking at the schedule, it's almost for baseball fans today is kind of like kicking off March Madness, where you've got games all day long. First game is going to be the Cleveland versus Tampa Bay. What was that? The Rays versus the Guardians. Just after high noon today. Yeah, game 1, 12:07 Eastern time on ESPN. Game number 2 is going to be the Phillies against the Cards. Knucklebuster will be tuned in. You'll have to flip over to ABC television for that game. Then game number 3, 4:07 in the afternoon on ESPN once again. That's going to be Seattle versus Toronto. And the nightcap tonight will be 8:07 p.m. Eastern time, San Diego versus New York. That's the Mets. San Diego Padres versus the Mets. So we're kicking off the wild card games today. And how things shake out. These are all best 2 out of 3. First teams to win 2 will move on to the division series. So on the American League side, it's whoever wins. Tampa Bay versus Chicago will take on the Yankees. Seattle versus Toronto. They'll move on to face Houston in the division series there. On the National League side, winner of the Phillies versus Cards wild card series moves on to play the A's in the National League Division Series. And winner of the Padres versus the Mets wild card series moves on to the Division Series to take on the Los Angeles Dodgers. I mentioned last evening, L.A. won was it 111 games in the regular season? Houston had won, I believe it was 106 games. Who takes the big prize, the big cookie? It all gets underway today. All right, so enjoy. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey there, big dummy. I said, did I say the A's? I saw the A, and it's the Atlanta Braves. I think the A's actually had a horrible season. But yes, the Braves. That'll be going on for the big prize, right? All right. Good luck to all the teams. Who can take it all the way? I'm kind of filling out the bracket, and I'm taking it down to, I'm going to predict the Yankees versus the Braves in the World Series. Who might take the big cookie? Is it possible? I'll go for the Braves. Am I going out on a limb there? Who knows? Horse Feathers, what's happening?
Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, you stick with your National Leagues there. Yeah, just don't worry. Get Aaron Judge in there. How many dingers is he going to get in the postseason, Your Honor?
Yep, that's a good question.
So
will they pitch?
So anyways,
will they pitch to him in the postseason? How many walks will he get? You know, I think between getting his 61st home run and 62nd, didn't they say he was walked 3 times in between them?
Was he?
Yes.
Yeah. And as we said, you know, that was the big difference between him and Maris is that he doesn't have Mickey Mantle standing behind him, you know. So, but anyways, there. So no, I just got started here. I've been listening, I don't know, about 15, 20 minutes. So I haven't heard Chris, so I take it he's not there this morning.
We bumped to next week. He's out on the road this morning, actually.
Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, I got the night off, and I'm on my way up to New York to see if I can make a fire truck run. So we'll see how that goes. This heck of a thing. I don't even own a fire truck yet, and I've already, I don't know, probably got 10 hours put into working on it, and going back to do more this afternoon and tomorrow morning, and hopefully by the time I get done with that, it'll be almost roadworthy as I'm planning on. So We'll see how that all works out. But anyways, I don't know. Got not a whole lot tonight going on because I say just got started here, but skies are pretty clear, and that moon's getting to be pretty good size. When do we get the full moon here? Don't we? We had the harvest moon. What do we get for October here?
Yeah, I was noticing it's getting pretty close. I'll have to pull that up. I'm not exactly sure. At the base, it looks like about 4 or 5 days away, full moon.
Yeah. And then we ought to have all the good people out there, right? So I don't know about Knucklebuster's deal there going into Chicago. All I know is I used to run New York City a good deal way back in the 90s, and I moved down here to Maryland and didn't have to go north very much. Stayed down here mostly, but I don't know, somewhere around 2007, 2008, somebody said, "Hey, we got a little bit of work for you to do up there. You want to run up there and do that?" And I said, "Yeah, it's no big deal. I run up there, run back." And I found out they changed all the rules there for trucks after 9/11 there. I had a discussion with the Transit Authority cop one morning about going through the Holland Tunnel, and I don't think he got enough dump button for me to express what that conversation entailed word for word. So, but it was a good New York City talk, and we had a good heart to heart. And but as always, you ended up doing what they tell you to do, you know, kind of. So, but yeah, I wasn't real impressed with the rules that they changed in New York City after 9/11 up there for trucks. So I hope Knucklebuster's got a better chance getting in and out up there. But the only thing I do know about Chicago, there was a man that in the 70s there that told me probably everything I got to know about Chicago, and it's mostly about the South Side. But isn't there a man down there in town named Leroy Brown, and then you got Jim down there too. You don't mess around with Jim down there at the pool hall.
That's correct.
Yeah, so you remember old Jim Croce, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So that's about all I know about Chicago there. So that's there you go. So, but anyway, so I guess with that there, we'll let you finish up there. My clock's saying, well, I'm in a different vehicle. This is 3 minutes fast. So you're almost there though. I don't know. Maybe you can tell us about the moon till news time.
Yeah, we're rolling up toward the top of the hour here. I'll see if I can pull that up. All right, have a good weekend there. Horse Feathers, thanks for checking in. Be safe, right? We'll talk to you next week. All right, when's our next full moon? What do we got here? Yeah, September, October. October the 9th. That's 2 nights away, so a full moon this weekend. Yeah, the September moon was the harvest moon. And coming up here, October the 9th, it'll be the hunter's moon. I didn't realize it was that close. Okay. Next full moon. Just remember, the freaks come out on the full moon. And it can also, it can lead to less deep sleep, a delay in entering your REM sleep. Did you know the moon can impact us physically? So say the scientists. I don't know. All right, we'll get our final hour coming up here. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
2 Russian men arrived by boat on a remote Alaskan island and requested political asylum. The men claimed they fled Russia to avoid being enlisted into the Russian army to fight in Ukraine. The Biden administration will reroute passengers coming to the U.S. who have been in Uganda to 5 airports for additional health screenings, where the Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the Department of Homeland Security's Customs and Border Protection will conduct the screening. as an Ebola outbreak in the East African nation widens. The Ebola outbreak in Uganda has killed 29 people as of October 5th. No suspected or confirmed cases of Ebola have been reported in the U.S.
Nebraska Senator Ben Sasse is expected to resign from his position and accept a job at the University of Florida. This comes after an announcement that he's a sole finalist for the role of school president. Sasse, a Republican in the Senate, was known for being a vocal critic of former President Trump and a consistent conservative vote. Under state law, the governor of Nebraska would appoint a replacement for him. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
San Diego residents are traveling to Tijuana to fill up their gas tanks for less. Tijuana's petrol price is currently at $4.46 per gallon. That is about $2 less than the current San Diego County average of $6.42. The Mexican president has kept gas prices low by supporting oil companies and refineries. Furthermore, Mexican gasoline fulfills lower emission standards than California gasoline. This is USA Radio News.
You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our health care. No doubt. This is why so many people are joining Medi-Share right now. Medi-Share is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly health care costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. Medi-Share can save you a lot of money. The typical family saves $500 a month. And Medi-Share is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that's worked beautifully for 29 years. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
President Joe Biden is taking his first major steps towards decriminalizing marijuana, fulfilling a campaign pledge to erase prior federal convictions. Elon Musk and Twitter now have until the end of the month to finalize the $44 billion deal for the billionaire to purchase the platform. This is according to a judge ruling. It marks the latest in the legal battle between Twitter and Musk to force him to follow through on his previous commitment to buy the company.
Embattled actor Kevin Spacey was in court Thursday to defend himself in his civil lawsuit filed by co-actor Anthony Rapp for abuse of a minor in 1986, when Rapp was only 14 years old. Neither of the two spoke to reporters as they arrived at a federal courthouse in New York City for the start of the roughly 2-week trial. Jury selection is now underway. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Last year, the U.S. produced 3 times as much renewable electricity from solar and wind sources than it did around a decade before. This is according to a new research released by Environment America Research and Policy Center and Frontier Group. 7 states now produce enough electricity from wind, solar, and geothermal energy to cover half of their electricity consumption. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
All right, here we go. Get that final hour off and rolling. Ready or not? How about our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway? We're about halfway through. This is week number 3. And you need a keyword. This hour's keyword, write it down, jog it to memory. Resort. R-E-S-O-R-T, like a posh resort. Which resort you going to head out to if you win $1,000? Go over to tncradio.live or tncradio.live on the app. Enter that keyword in this nationwide contest. Again, additional keywords coming up 10 a.m., 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Good luck from tncradio.live and Hot Shot Secret. Yeah, it's been a while since we've heard the word Ebola. Uh-oh. The Biden administration this past day said they're going to begin redirecting U.S.-bound travelers who have been in Uganda within the previous 3 weeks to one of 5 American airports to be screened for Ebola. According to Uganda's health ministry, at least 9 have died by October 3rd since authorities in the East African nation announced the outbreak of the deadly hemorrhagic fever, or Ebola as we know it. The screening was set to begin yesterday at airports, but the funneling requirements are expected to take effect within the coming week or so. According to the report, out of an abundance of caution, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Department of Homeland Security, Customs and Border Protection are going to apply new layers of screening at these 5 U.S. airports in response to the Ebola outbreak in Uganda, according to the U.S. Embassy in Uganda this past day. So I guess travelers are going to have to arrive at either New York's John F. Kennedy, Newark, Atlanta, Chicago's O'Hare, or the Washington Dulles Airport for screening. Now, they say there is no vaccine for the Sudan strain, which is behind this latest Uganda outbreak, triggering fears of a major health crisis in the country of 45 million people. Several sources said about, and I couldn't believe the number here, about 140 people who had recently been in Uganda arrive daily here in the United States, with 62% currently landing at one of those 5 airports. Officials will conduct a temperature screening, ask health questions, and report arrivals to local health departments. The CDC also said yesterday that they have no suspected or confirmed cases of Ebola from the Sudan strain, but they are urging healthcare workers to be aware that there is indeed an outbreak in Uganda. To date, in this outbreak, cases have only been confirmed in Uganda, no suspected, probable, or confirmed cases of Ebola in the United States. So, the risk of Ebola domestically currently, according to the U.S. Embassy, would be categorized as low. But the enhanced screening applies to all passengers, including U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, and visa holders, including diplomatic and official visas. But they do say over the weekend, last weekend, a Tanzanian doctor working in Uganda who contracted Ebola died, the first health worker killed by the disease in this latest outbreak. Okay. Yeah, we all remember back in March of last year, the CDC did the same. They began funneling travelers who'd been in the Democratic Republic of Congo or Guinea to, I think there were 6 airports at the time there. Concerns over Ebola. All right, get back to the phones here. Is that the CNI dog?
Yeah, take 2.
Take 2.
Hey. I run up and down 57 to Effingham. So, giving a radio check to Knucklebuster. The scale up there is out of the ground under construction. There's a lot of construction going up that way. When you get around that 268 mile marker to 280, watch out for that Left Lane Construction, that shoulder, they want you to drive on that shoulder, and it'll whip you around a little bit, so you got to be careful. Quick question. You know, they talk about the batteries, like the cells going bad, and they try to isolate where it's at and then fix the problem. I know they got those lasers. I remember Moose talking about aiming it at a hub, you know, to see how hot the hub got when he put the slickum on there.
Yep.
I wonder if they can start using those kind of lasers to identify the cells that are bad in the battery pack, and then come up with a, you know, like maybe an injection system that way, you know, maybe make it robotic or something like that, so nobody gets hurt. So, Knuckle Buster, yeah, I might be right in your back door.
Okay.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, don't let him run over you now.
Right?
There you go. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Hello to Gary, Mr. Montgomery on board. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive crew. Let's go, Brandon. That's funny. I think it was it earlier this week or last weekend? I guess it would have been last week. It was the 1-year anniversary, and everybody was sharing that video on social media. The interview, the race driver, when they were all chanting, we know what they were saying in the background, and the reporter there interviewing him says, "Oh, they're all on board. Let's go, Brandon." Remember, 1-year anniversary of that, and it has stuck. Let's go, Brandon. All right. We already said hi to the Dipsy driver. Who else there? There's Kentucky Ken, morning Overnight Drive crew, and Mr. Summers. I'm down in Nashville picking up my new Freightliner tractor, and then one delivery, and then I'll be heading north. Safe travels to all. Kentucky Ken is listening in. And good morning to Mr. Harris there. Is that Moon? Good to have you on board. Anybody on the email bag? Of course, Truck and Phil checks in. Coffee up. Happy Friday, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. I see the Colts won 12-9 over the Broncos last night. Does not look like it was a pretty game. Oh, yeah, the moon was shining bright to the last couple of nights. Full moon coming up Sunday, the Hunter's Moon. Ready to depart Fort Wayne, Indiana for the northwest Detroit suburb of Sterling Heights, Michigan. And then you know the drill. Make that flip back. 79 days till Christmas. Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. All right, have a safe journey once again. Yeah, somebody else emailed and said, hey, that score was actually 12-9. Apparently, 12-9 in overtime. All right, thank you for the heads up. Yeah, I missed Thursday night. So what are we in? Week number 5. Week number 5 in the NFL officially underway. Can the Bengals make it 3 in a row this weekend after starting the season 0-2? Went with back-to-back wins. The Jets, then the Dolphins, Thursday night football. So they've had a long break, kind of an extended period. Be back on the field this weekend. Go Bengals. Hooday! All right, not seeing a lame. Who we got online?
It's pocket change. Sometimes I think picks me up. Sometimes throws me to the side.
Yeah.
I just want to say, happy Friday. And, you talk about the reporter. The interview of her after she realized what the crowd was actually saying, how to see her face, that what they were actually saying. But,
I mean, did she actually try to come across that she didn't know what they were saying, what they were chanting?
Yeah, I don't know.
Everybody in the country knew, because that had been going on all year long, all summer. It started in the spring, early on with the college football games, And then it started transitioning to concerts and other events. Anytime there was a crowd together, and by that point in the Talladega race is what it was. And by that point in time, everybody in the country knew that the fans were chanting FJB.
Yeah. Maybe she figured it out, or someone informed the house. I tried ordering some product off of your website, and I tried to put that driver code in there, and it wouldn't take it. So I didn't know. I just wanted to call and ask you.
You got to put
how to go about doing it.
Overnight drive. Don't put a space like overnight space drive. It's all one word. Overnight drive. Did you put a space in when you were trying to fill it in?
I did.
Yep.
I did, and I did that on your site, on your website. I didn't go on Hot Shot Secret.
So you were ordering through the overnightdriveradio.com?
Yes, Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and I ordered T-shirts, hats, some stickers, and then I ordered my FR3 through your website, and then went through checkout and everything, and it wouldn't take that. But I did put a space in there. So
I know several people that have had they've tried to put a space in there, and I know it doesn't work. And I wasn't sure if that code worked. I assume they've got it set up for my Overnight Drive radio, overnightdrive.com website. So but just next time it's Overnight Drive with no space, all one word, and it goes the same for the Gold Eagle if you're trying to order the Stay Bill. Overnight Drive, all one word.
Yes. Now, so if I got to order off both sides, that'd be fine. So what about getting both your discounts with CDL holder and the Overnight Drive?
The Overnight Drive. See, I'd have to ask Josh about, I know obviously the Hot Shot Secret website, that's where they've got the whole thing set up for the CDL driver and the first responders for 10%, and then another 10 for the Overnight Drive. I don't know that that's set up with overnightdriveradio.com or not. I'll have to ask about that.
Right. Yeah, I was shaking my FR3 bottle and looked kind of thin. I thought, well, I better order some. The O'Reilly's where I normally shop to get that, they haven't been reordering or something there, because every time I go in there, they don't have it. So that's why I figured they'd go ahead and do it on the website.
Mm-hmm.
To get a bigger bottle, last a little bit longer.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, but hey, that was it. I just hope you have a good weekend, and hope it don't rain on you or anything. So, and appreciate you, Steve, what you do.
Thank you, Pocket Change. All I know is I'm going to have to bust out the winter coat for tonight. Yeah, I think it's going to be cold. Princess is, she's a cold-blooded person to begin with. Now, when we did our bonfire last weekend, we were only it was down to I guess upper 40s, 50 degrees, something like that. And she was pretty cold out there, even by the bonfire. If it's going down to freezing tonight, she'll be indoors. Yeah, my wife could very well be the only person who has ever gone to Las Vegas in the summertime and actually was cold in the hotel room and decided to flip the damn thermostat over to heat. And naturally, I don't know, do they ever have to actually turn the heat on in Vegas? The heat in this particular room had not been turned on in a long, long time, and she flipped it over to heat, and it started, I guess all the dust and whatnot that had built up there started smoking and set off the damn smoke alarm. It's like, what are you doing? It had to be 95 degrees outside, but I'm cold. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, you know, there's a team that I will not be tuning into this weekend as the playoffs get underway. That's our Cincinnati Reds. Hal McCoy kind of ripped into mark it down, put it in the record books, preferably in invisible ink, for the Cincinnati Reds on the last day of the 2022 regular season. The Reds become the ignominious owners of the franchise's second 100-loss season. And that 100th loss was a no-doubter, a crushing loss to the Cubs, 15-2, the final score. An emphatic negative ending to the season. And to rub salt in the open wound, Pittsburgh beat the Cards, meaning the Reds and Pirates tied for fourth or last place in the National League Central. Both teams with a record of 62 wins and 100 losses. So this season's Reds joining the 1982 team that lost 101 games as the only two teams in the long, storied franchise history to lose 100 games. But what's more disturbing is the Reds have lost 90 or more games in 5 of the last 7 seasons, not counting the shortened season in 2020 due to the pandemic. And the numbers pretty much say it all. It adds up to the second worst season in franchise history. Yeah, that last game was a microcosm of the season. The Reds left the bases loaded 3 times without scoring, and the bullpen was under heavy assault. Yeah, the Cubs used a pair of 3-run homers as the centerpiece on their final day of destruction of the Reds. What were the numbers on the season? The Reds went 8 wins and 11 losses against the Cubs this year. All right. Well, there's always next year, right? What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey, Steve, I need to introduce you to our, Steve, let me introduce you to our MC for tonight. Bill Clinton, you there?
I sure am, Dick Saxon. How are you?
All right, let's get this thing underway.
That's right. We got 2 nominations tonight, Steve, for the Owner-Operator Ignorant Dumbass Association, and we got Left Brain Leroy on here. Where you at, Leroy?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. I'm here. Yeah. Situation.
What's going on, Leroy?
Owner-Operator Independent Dumbass Association. No use for that MLB. No use. I won't be watching that crap anymore.
Let's get on with the program here.
All right, where's purebred roughneck at?
Oh, buddy, Steve. I'm going to tell you, Steve. Oh, buddy. But I was just, you may not know this, Steve, but I'm now a trillionaire douche coiner. I'm up to 999 trillion douche coin. And this morning I decided to take a swim through my douche coin like Scrooge McDuck, which I normally do every morning. And then I got a call saying that I was going to, I was going to be the newest invention, or newest inductee in the Owner-Operator Ignorant Dumbass Association. And I'm going to tell you something, Steve. It was just so thrilling. I turned my E-stem all the way up to 10, clamped them on my nipples, done another lap around my douche coin pool. And I'm going to tell you something, buddy. I'm sitting here tonight, and you know, there ain't nothing I like better, buddy, than to talk about douche coin and get on late night talk shows and talk to my favorite Steve Summer. But I want to gratefully accept this invitation to join the Owner-Operator Independent Dumbass Association membership. And I tell you what, Steve, I hate to leave a good thing, but I'm about to besmirch all over this truck, so I'm going to go. I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, my. Yeah, see, and it's not a full moon. Lord help us. If we were on the air, well, technically we will be Sunday night, Monday. I thought the full moon was, this is 7th, 8th, 9th. Okay, yeah, we'll be on. I'll have to deal with this stuff with a full moon. Sunday night, Monday morning. Maybe I should take a 3-day weekend. Lord have mercy. I'm about to besmirch myself. Bottom of the hour here. What do we got? Just around the corner. It's 844-844-3388. You already touched on that headline. Hey, the Florida Highway Patrol using one of their distinctive marked semi-trucks to help in the relief efforts in the wake of Ian. Earlier this month, the Highway Patrol shared a Facebook post detailing their efforts to help local communities affected by Ian, obviously. We've been closing major roadways due to flooding, cutting fallen trees, clearing debris from roadways and houses, dispensing water, helping traffic flow at gas stations, directing traffic where the power's out. As part of the hurricane relief efforts, troopers have deployed their unique Sterling Trucks semi-truck. A photo featuring the truck has garnered thousands of likes. Florida actually has 3 marked semi-trucks. They use sometimes for enforcement as well as educational activities. They've been using those over the past several years. So there you go. We'll get our news break in here and back to your calls. Roll it into a Friday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
A police officer who was hired by the Uvalde School District despite being under investigation for her conduct during the school massacre while with the Texas Department of Public Safety has now been fired. The school district stated in a letter that Crimson Elizondo had been fired effective immediately. The decision to hire Elizondo drew outrage from parents of victims of the May 24th school shooting that killed 21 people, including 19 elementary school students. Kimberly Rubio, a mother of a Robb Elementary shooting victim.
I think UCISD did the right thing in terminating Officer Elizondo, but that doesn't take away from the fact that they hired her to begin with. I expect them to be vetting these officers to make sure that the right people are tasked with protecting our students.
This is USA Radio News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou, a term provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, from the email, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Good morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. We've made it to another week. Looking forward to another nice, relaxing weekend. No big plans here. Hopefully it stays that way. Anyway, right now, time to head into town, get this route started. Can't get it finished if you don't get started. Enjoy the day and enjoy your weekend. That's from our listening friend Steve there. Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, stepped outside the bunker. And it's still showing 51 at the airport. Well, my thermometer says 58 outside the bunker. It's not all that bad, but it's getting kind of breezy. Wind's beginning to kick up. I believe that's our front. It's supposed to be pushing through our region today. And ultimately, you're reaching over there to the East Coast later, Friday into Saturday. So, yep, get ready for much cooler temperatures coming on With, again, they're already telling us we've got a freeze watch in place, which undoubtedly will be bumped up to a freeze warning by later today. And I guess that's probably the front I'm looking at here, as we do see a line of showers now stretching from right about, from Toronto to Buffalo, New York, down to Cleveland, Ohio. A little bit of light, spotty rain back into northern Ohio. But, yeah, that would undoubtedly be the front. Back further to the west, as that cold air has been dropping through the Dakotas and through Nebraska, we do see a pretty good line of showers, maybe even a rumble of thunder down through central, pushing into southern portions of Nebraska this morning. That's the cold air dipping into the south. There you go. We knew it was coming, and right on schedule. Sam, I believe it is. Good morning.
I believe it is. Hey, how am I supposed to follow that last call? Jeez. Hey, before I get into what I called you about, my wife called and she's worried sick that she's going to have to lock up all her steak knives now because the left's going to want to go after them.
Yep,
after
exactly.
The mass stabbing. So, the bad part about the Let's Go Brandon, everybody's making a killing off of that, money-wise, except Brandon Brown.
That's true. Yeah, T-shirts, hats, you name it, yeah.
Exactly. He's the only one that's not making a penny off of it, and he's the one that needs it because they're an independent team. It's a father and son team basically. So that's all I got.
I wonder if someone somewhere has tried to copyright that statement, that line. Let's go, Brandon.
What? Well, and the thing is, he didn't jump on the bandwagon when he should have, and he should have put his foot down because it's his likeness, it's his name. Everybody knew it was him.
Mm-hmm.
So and he just he wasn't on the bus, and he really didn't want the notoriety out of the deal either. He was kind of trying to get away from it, and because they were going to run it on his car, and I don't know, they kind of frowned away from it. So.
Yeah, because it would have been considered a political statement, right? And that's NASCAR trying to avoid the politics. Yeah.
Yeah, and then poor Kelly Stavros, she was the one. You could hear it just as plain as day on TV.
Yeah, right. I mean, you're going back and listening to it. You know what they're saying. She knew what they were saying.
Did she? I mean, she's got a headset on.
Well,
she's got producers in her ear.
Yeah, maybe she might have had a noise canceling microphone or something. Maybe she didn't. Yeah.
All right. Well, have a good weekend.
Thank you for checking in, Sam. You do the same. Do appreciate it. It's 844-844-3388. What's going on with the Scarecrow? Happy Friday.
Oh, man, Steve, I'm sure glad that last break came up when it did. That independent redneck about had me besmirking here, too, the point where we'd have been hollering trucker clock here pretty soon. Man. Oh, shoot.
Who wants it?
Let's see, I'm showing 42 degrees up here right now, and she's sinking, so
yep.
We got the camper sitting outside the shop here right now, so that'll be heading out to the woods later on today. So yeah, we'll be feeling it, no problem, but we specialize in making firewood disappear, so it'll all be good. Ebola, yeah, we haven't heard that word for a while.
It has, yeah.
There's another one that's fallen out of the dictionary. AIDS. When was the last time you heard AIDS brought up in conversation?
Yeah.
I mean, you go back a few years, that's all we heard about. Has that been eradicated or something? There's probably not much money.
It's still around, and I mean, it's not the public health nightmare that they depicted it as initially.
Yeah, there's probably not as much money to be made off of that as the whole COVID thing and whatnot. So No, it just like it fell right off the face of the earth here. Oh, let's see, where was I going with this now? Heat wave. We're feeling your pain there, heat wave. Beth, the entire country is. I think everybody's so sick and tired of these political ads and campaigns and commercials that we're catching every break on television these days. The local evening news, you can't hardly stomach that anymore, no matter which side of the fence you're on. And it's not so much they're not campaigning; it's all about cutting the other guy down. Steve, it just of course everybody has a plan. You'll hear them say, "Well, I have a plan," and it's all going to make the middle class wealthy again. But and even those incumbents, they have a plan too. Well, where the hell was this plan the last 2 years or 4 years or 6 years or whatever it's been? No, my 90-year-old mom, she's just so fed up with politics as they are. But she wants absolutely nothing to do with them anymore. She's commented how the way politics has torn families apart and caused division, and she said growing up, and when the threshing crews had come through, they'd come in for dinner or whatever, and there'd be both right and left, there'd be arguing and just about fistifights almost over the dinner table. Yet they would leave the house, go back to work, and everybody was pals and friends. And where today it just about comes down to gunplay. I can see where politics just it sickens a lot of people and such. I know my mom's sister, my mom's 101-year-old sister, her grandkids, they're on both sides of the fence, so there's huge amounts of infighting in that family and whatnot. But no, politics can go away anytime soon. But then come November, then we start all over with big one.
I was just going to say, come November, you think, okay, finally we're done. But no, then we're 2 years away from the presidential election, and it starts over fresh and anew.
Oh, shucks, it just keeps going around in circles. You can't run, you can't hide. You just have to deal with it, I guess. One other thing here, too, but there was that brain fart again, and I'll remember it as soon as we, save sayonara here. But other than that, I guess that's about all I really had for you here at the moment, Steve. Yeah, it's good to have Friday come around again, and that much closer to Sunday night, right?
So we can get back to my favorite day, right? So I get, as Captain Ron says, Monday, everybody's favorite day.
Yeah, I thought about that this past Monday, too. It came up in your guys' conversation. Oh, come on, I got to beat my forehead against the steering wheel here now. But we'll leave it at that, Steve. Appreciate you taking me in, and you have a real good weekend on your end, right?
Thank you for checking in there. Scarecrow, you do the same. Is it a serious situation? The president believes it is, and we haven't delved really into it this morning because, we try to be more casual on Friday, right? Casual Fridays. But this whole threat, Vladimir Putin, the train, the nuclear train rolling this past week, the submarine with the doomsday weapon that can create a nuclear tsunami, all that discussion. The president yesterday said that the risk of nuclear Armageddon is at the highest level since the Cuban Missile Crisis, 1962. As Russian officials speak of the possibility of using tactical nukes as they continue to suffer massive setbacks in the 8-month now invasion of Ukraine. Speaking at a fundraiser for the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee this past day. He said, Vladimir Putin A guy I know fairly well was not joking when he talks about the use of tactical nuclear weapons or biological or chemical weapons. We have not faced the prospect of Armageddon since Kennedy and the Cuban Missile Crisis. Now, he said the threat from Putin's real because his military is, you might say, significantly underperforming. Officials here in the U.S. for months have warned of the prospect that they could use weapons of mass destruction in Ukraine as they face a series of strategic setbacks on the battlefield. This week, they've said they've seen no change in Russia's nuclear forces that would require a change in the alert posture of the U.S. nuclear forces. I guess that's the DEFCON level, that sort of thing. I guess that would be a bit of good news. If you move up a DEFCON level, things are getting serious. At this point, they said, we've not seen any reason to adjust our strategic nuclear posture, nor do we have indication that Russia's preparing to imminently use such weapons. All right. Biden also kind of challenged the Russian nuclear doctrine, warning that the use of a lower yield tactical weapon could and most likely would quickly spiral out of control into global destruction. There's no such thing as the ability to easily use a tactical nuclear weapon and not end up with Armageddon. All right, I guess Biden said he's trying to figure out Putin's off-ramp in Ukraine. Where does he find a way out? Where does he find himself in a position where he doesn't only lose face, but actually lose significant power in Russia itself? We shall return into a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
You know, and it's not only the whole Russia situation. Kim Jong-un, I mean, just seems like nary a day goes by and he's not launching another missile. He did so again yesterday, Thursday. 2 short-range ballistic missiles into the sea Thursday in the direction of Japan after the return of a U.S. aircraft carrier to the region and a UN Security Council meeting in response to their recent launches, most particular the one that actually, the missile that went over Japan. This is the 6th missile launch in 12 days. Yeah, the first time since they fired that intermediate range missile over Japan on Tuesday, which immediately prompted joint South Korean and U.S. missile drills, where one of those weapons crashed and burned, you'll recall. But that's reported by the South Koreans' Joint Chiefs of Staff. This is the 6th time in a short period of time, just counting the ones from the end of September. This cannot be tolerated, they say. This launch came about an hour after North Korea condemned the U.S. for talking to the UN Security Council about Pyongyang's just counteraction measures. All right. Crazy times. I guess the aircraft carrier is talking about was the super carrier, the USS Ronald Reagan, and its strike group of accompanying warships were abruptly redeployed in response to that intermediate range ballistic missile launch over Japan earlier this week. So we put them right back out there. All right, it's back to the phones we go here. And who we got on the line?
Hey, this is the unofficial inbred redneck impersonator, the overnight drive. Yeah, buddy, the man that aspires to one day be considered the real rich little of the overnight drive. Yeah, that cheap imitation there a little bit ago just didn't get it right. So somebody's got to fill in on the crypto markets that at least Fakes knows what he's doing, buddy. Yeah, buddy, I've been studying these markets ever since the inbred redneck sold his soul to the commies, buddy. Yeah. Hey, I noticed that Bitcoin is back below 20,000 again there, buddy.
Yeah.
You know, that Dogecoin, buddy, is about the same place. You know, it's down here, dude, about 6 cents, something like that, buddy. Well, I've got the pick of the week for you, buddy. I have figured this out. I have been studying it, buddy, just like inbred redneck best as I know how. This is the pick of the week, Steve. I'm telling you, buddy. This will make us all millionaires if it goes up, buddy. This Sky Dawes coin. It is almost 0.3 of a cent, buddy. And it's already went up in the last week over 100%, buddy.
Don't take your stock advice from the unofficial inbred redneck impersonator. I had to delete my dynamite, or I would have used it. It's not there. I had to put in new stop sets this week, so I've got to get that back. Oh, come on. It's not even a full moon yet. What do we do Sunday night? Real quick, like here, got a couple minutes left. Let me jump over, see Taco Bus. It must be Knuckle Buster.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Mr. Steve Summers, when you're explaining, now you can do what you want to. This is just some advice. When they're talking about the overnight drive, a lot of people are confusing the NIGHT with the NITE.
That might be it. Yes,
yeah.
I think they've got it with the over NIGHT drive. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's the right one to use.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, the first time I done it, I used overnight, NITE, and it didn't bring it up. I said, well, you got to go to the other word. But I am glad to see that all the cartoon characters are still awake there, and you might want to get some holy water out, salt, anything else you can conjure up come Monday morning, because I'm just glad to see that they're all still out here listening there,
right? We got some company, yes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely there. All right, well, y'all have a great weekend. Steve, you better wind this thing on up, go to the house, get your coat in your hand, keep your feet up there, brother.
Thank you much, Knuckle Buster. You do the same. Have a good weekend. There you go. I saw the before and after pictures. I've seen a bunch of the before and after pictures, like satellite photos, especially Fort Myers and whatnot. Just incredible. Wiped out. If you haven't seen the before and after pictures of the 138-year-old lighthouse, the lighthouse is still standing. It did take a beating, though. Yeah, it toppled hundreds of buildings across Sanibel Island. Yeah, unbelievably, that historic landmark is still there. It actually lost one of its legs. You know, the lighthouse standing on 4 legs. It has weathered many a hurricane. But the fortitude of they call it the skeleton lighthouse. Put to the test one more time with Ian. Again, destroying countless buildings, cutting the island off from the mainland at the easternmost point of the island. The house where the lighthouse caretakers used to live until 1949, yet nowhere to be seen in the photos following the storm. But the lighthouse, the 98-foot lighthouse, is still there. And how this thing withstood that, I don't know. The light first went on in 1884. Both the lighthouse and the living quarters were added to the National Register of Historic Places back in 1974. One of the first iron lighthouses to stand sentinel on the Gulf Coast and north of the Florida Keys there. Yeah, 98 foot tall. It's still there, but pretty much everything else in its proximity is wiped out. All right, we'll close it out there here on a Friday morning. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the full moon coming our way here Sunday night, and we'll see you back, as a matter of fact, there during the full moon, Sunday night, Monday morning. Hope you'll come back and join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.